Welcome back, brothers, to Avalor. Tonight's lore, we're diving into a theory what Dorn could possibly be doing since his disappearance. As always, before we get to the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the pair. As always, I want to thank you guys for support. I've been killing it like usual. Now, let's get into the video.
The void had ceased to resemble emptiness. It burned from one edge of the system to the other, crowded with dying ships, lance fire, and the incandescent wreckage of armies that had believed distance might protect them. Battleships rolled through seas of debris with their armored prows burning, cathedral spires sheared from their backs, and atmosphere streaming from wounds kilometers long. Cruiser squadrons advanced behind curtains of torpedoes, while attack craft swarmed between them in such numbers that the tactical hololiths aboard the Imperial flagships reduced whole wings of fighters to flickering runes. Below, 3 inhabited worlds were already aflame. Troop conveyors descended through burning skies in disciplined processions, disgorging regiments by the million into fortress continents whose upper atmosphere shuddered beneath orbital bombardment. Across the system, billions of men were fighting wars they could not see in their entirety. Rogal Dorn saw all of them. The strategium surrounding him shook as another distant strike reached through the void shields and hammered the battleship's armored hull, but the Praetorian did not look away from the hololithic projection. Casualties climbed in columns of cold light. Ammunition expenditures scrolled beside them. Hull integrity, translation vectors, projected reinforcement windows, atmospheric attrition, assault transport losses, fleet cohesion, numbers. Every life aboard every vessel had become a component inside an equation too vast for ordinary men to comprehend and too urgent to permit grief. Battle Group Helican is falling beneath acceptable combat strength, reported Fleetmaster Acastian Vaughn from the command throne below Dorn. The old Void officer's voice was steady, but Dorn heard the fraction of hesitation before the next words. Their forward cruisers have lost primary shields. They request permission to withdraw behind the reserve line. Dorn studied the projected routes. Helican's retreat would preserve 4 cruisers and perhaps 70,000 naval personnel. It would also expose the approach corridor behind them and force the boarding squadrons to alter course under enemy fire. The calculation required less than a heartbeat. Denied, Dorn said. Vaughn's jaw tightened. He did not argue. Another officer might have tried to disguise the order behind phrases such as tactical necessity or honorable sacrifice. Dorn despised such language when it existed only to make commanders feel less responsible for the dead. Helican will advance by 6,000 kilometers. Their surviving escorts will form an overlapping screen and maintain maximum forward fire. They are not to preserve themselves. They are to occupy the enemy batteries. Vaughn looked at him then. My lord, that course will destroy them. Dorn met his gaze. Yes. The object at the center of every converging vector was the sword of sacrilege. It had not been present when the engagement began. The traitor battleship had entered the conflict from beneath the system's ecliptic, appearing where no navigator had predicted a translation point could exist, and the violence surrounding its arrival had torn 3 Imperial escorts apart without a shot being fired. Now it moved with obscene majesty behind a wall of corrupted cruisers and ramships, a blasphemous cathedral adrift among the stars. Chained bodies covered its flanks in vast devotional patterns, thousands of corpses frozen rigid against armor plating stolen from Imperial vessels. Cathedral towers rose from the dorsal hull, their buttresses shaped like clawed hands, and their stained glass windows glowing with colors no star produced. Great shrines had been welded directly across weapon housings. Bronze bells, kilometers apart, sounded without atmosphere to carry the noise. Yet every astropath aboard the Imperial fleet heard them. Around the vessel swarmed assault craft, demon-haunted escorts and smaller ships whose hulls flexed like muscle beneath iron skin. Auspec's returns contradicted one another from moment to moment. The battleship was 14 kilometers long, then 20, then absent, then occupying 3 positions simultaneously. Its mass readings exceeded those of a small moon before falling below those of a frigate. Dorn watched the data corrupt itself and understood the purpose behind the madness. "The vessel is not merely transporting a warp manifestation," he said. "It is becoming one." A senior lieutenant of the fleet intelligence staff cleared his throat. "Then we destroy it at range, Lord. Concentrated lance fire, Nova cannon batteries, cyclonic torpedoes if necessary." Dorn enlarged the battleship's image until the corrupted hull filled the strategium. Veins of violet light pulsed beneath its plating. He could see the distortion even through the hololith, a curvature around the vessel where reality had begun surrendering its certainty. "No. The ritual is integrated into the hull. Destruction may complete what the traitors intend." He turned toward the Imperial fists, waiting along the strategium's perimeter. Their yellow armor bore the grime of continuous war, fists and eagles blackened by smoke. Captain Gerard Voss stood foremost, helmet maglocked at his thigh, scar tissue crossing half his face. "Prepare the assault companies, boarding torpedoes first, Thunderhawks behind them. Teleportariums will commit only after homers are established inside the target. We take the command sanctum and kill whatever is maintaining the breach." Voss inclined his head once. "And if the vessel translates while we are aboard?" Dorn looked back to the enemy flagship. "Then we complete the objective before translation." The order killed men immediately. Battle Group Helican advanced, 4 wounded cruisers and 9 surviving escorts driving directly into the traitor firing arcs. Their void shields ignited beneath the first enemy salvo. Lance beams, thin and impossibly bright across the darkness, struck the lead cruiser amidships and burned through decks faster than internal bulkheads could seal them. Tens of thousands died between one breath and the next, their bodies converted to vapor or scattered through breached compartments into the void. Another cruiser lost its prow to a macro cannon strike. The impact peeled armor backward in glowing sheets and smashed gun decks into one another, crushing ratings inside their stations until blood sluiced from ruptured access hatches. Yet the squadron continued forward, because Dorn had told it to continue. Its batteries answered. Macro shells larger than hab blocks crossed the void and detonated against enemy shields. Torpedoes stabbed through defensive fire. The Helican ships were not winning. They were purchasing time. A Vox channel opened from their Commodore, his words half buried beneath alarms. "Praetorian, we have perhaps 3 minutes before reactor failure." Dorn watched the assault vectors narrowing behind the doomed cruisers. "You require 2. Silence held for half a second. Then the Commodore answered, "Understood." Dorn closed the channel. The Imperial fists launched into the corridor their deaths had bought. Boarding torpedoes fired in sequential waves, armored cylinders accelerating hard enough to turn lesser men to pulp, despite gravitic compensation. Thunderhawks followed beneath the cover of countermeasure clouds and interceptor formations, their engines burning white as they crossed the killing distance toward the sword of sacrilege. Dorn entered the foremost torpedo with Voss and 20 battle brothers. Restraint braces locked around his armor. Warning runes crawled across the interior plating, while enemy point defense fire hammered the void outside. One torpedo vanished from the tactical feed. Another spun away with its engine compartment open to space. Dorn listened to the deaths as clipped reports over the Vox and marked each loss without comment. The impact came like the fist of a god. Melter charges fired against the traitor hull. Adamantine teeth drove into corrupted plating. The torpedo punched through armor, decks, and screaming mortal bodies before arrestor claws locked it in place. The forward hatch detonated outward. Dorn was moving before the smoke cleared. The first cultist died beneath his boot. The second lost his upper torso to Dorn's bolt pistol, the mass-reactive shell entering through the sternum before exploding inside the ribcage and hurling wet fragments across the wall. Imperial fists emerged behind their Primarch in disciplined pairs. Bolters thundered in the confined corridor until the noise became a physical pressure. Cultists came at them in hundreds, men swollen by narcotics and ritual mutilation, mouths wired open, skin covered in scripture carved down to muscle. They died by the score. Bolt rounds punched through flesh and burst inside bodies, scattering ribs, lungs, and intestines across iron decking already slick with blood. A traitor legionary pushed through the mob, his ancient plate fused with horn and chains. He fired once. An imperial fist took the bolt against his gorget and disappeared in a red eruption as the shell penetrated beneath the helm. Dorn crossed the distance before the traitor could fire again, seized him by the throat, and drove him backward through a bulkhead. Ceramite cracked. The traitor raised a chain axe. Dorn caught the weapon arm, broke it at the elbow, then crushed the warrior's helmet against the wall until metal folded inward and grey matter burst through the grille. "Advance!" Dorn ordered. His sons advanced. They did not cheer. Imperial fists did not require encouragement to perform what had already been commanded. Squads spread through the vessel, according to pre-arranged penetration routes, planting teleport homers, marking junctions, and securing access shafts. Meltaguns reduced sealed bulkheads to glowing slag. Plasma fire burned corrupted Astartes into smoking armor shells. Chainswords shrieked against Ceramite as close fighting swallowed the narrower passages. Dorn moved at the center of the assault and felt the ship resisting them in ways no ship should possess. The decks trembled beneath his boots like muscle reacting to a blade. Blood seeped upward from floor grills and crawled across the walls in branching lines. Faces formed inside polished metal and whispered names he had not heard since the Siege of Terror. He ignored them. His sons did the same, until the corridor before them stretched from 30 meters to nearly a kilometer between one step and the next. Voss stopped. Range inconsistency. Dorn looked behind them. The previous junction was still 10 meters away. Ahead, the same passage vanished into impossible distance. Anchor. The order traveled instantly. Imperial fists drove mag clamps into the deck and fixed braided adamantium cables between squads. Brother Mordain drew a combat blade and cut a deep numeral into the bulkhead, then another beside the hatch they had passed. Dorn watched the marks remain, while the wall around them shivered. "Manual designation from this point," he said. "Ignore helm mapping. Physical marks only. Maintain tether contact. Ammunition count after every engagement. Anything seen beyond a marked threshold is hostile until confirmed by 2 independent sources." Voss glanced toward a doorway where sunlight had suddenly appeared. Beyond it lay a field of yellow grass beneath a blue sky. Men in armor fought far away beneath banners Dorn recognized from wars fought centuries earlier. A wounded warrior staggered toward the doorway, calling Dorn by name. Dorn raised his pistol and fired. The figure's head burst apart, and the field vanished into a mouth lined with human teeth. "Confirmed hostile," Voss said. The ship's response grew more violent. Gravity rotated without warning and hurled men against walls. One Imperial fist failed to secure his mag boots in time and struck the ceiling hard enough to fracture his neck seals. Black shapes tore themselves from his shadow before his brothers could reach him. Demons emerged from dying cultists, splitting torsos open from within and crawling through curtains of intestine and broken ribs. The first was all hooked limbs and wet eyes. Brother Tyros burned it apart with a flamer, filling the passage with the stink of cooked flesh and chemical accelerant. Another manifestation climbed from the mouth of a dead traitor legionary, unfolding itself joint by joint until it stood taller than an Astartes. Dorn tore it in half. Its body came apart without anatomy, releasing a torrent of black fluid filled with teeth. "Do not interpret," Dorn told his sons. "Observe, identify function, destroy." Voss reloaded his bolter. "Aye, father." Dorn did not correct the title. Then the traitors understood where he was. The change came first through the Vox. Enemy transmissions flooded every frequency, prayers and threats layered beneath shrieking static. Dorn's name repeated through hundreds of voices. The sword of sacrilege altered course. Its engines rose to impossible output, while warp pressure climbed across every Auspex channel. The assault ceased being resistance and became convergence. Traitor Astartes poured toward the command sanctum from every deck. Demons appeared through walls. Boarding companies on the outer routes reported contact with forces many times their strength. Casualty icons multiplied across Dorn's visor. One company fell silent, then another. Translation signatures rising, Voss reported. Fleet estimates less than 6 minutes. Dorn checked the distance to the sanctum. Then we have less than 6 minutes. Voss looked at the dwindling runes representing their surviving brothers. Withdrawal remains possible. Dorn turned his gaze upon him. The captain held it. Dorn respected him for that. Withdrawal permits the ritual to continue. Yes, father. Then it is not an option. They reached the sanctum through a corridor made from human bones, sealed beneath resin. The final defenders came in a mass so dense there was no longer room to shoot cleanly. Bolters became clubs. Chainswords screamed until their teeth clogged with meat and fragments of armor. Imperial fists died standing shoulder to shoulder, their blood mixing with that of the traitors underfoot. Brother Mordain lost an arm and continued firing one-handed until a power blade opened him from hip to shoulder. Voss killed the attacker and was struck through the abdomen by a spear grown from living brass. Dorn seized the spear shaft, snapped it, and shoved the broken end through the face of the demon holding it. He moved forward, because movement was all that remained. A traitor champion in Baroque black plate charged him with a thunderhammer. Dorn allowed the blow to strike his shoulder, stepped inside the weapon's arc, and punched through the champion's breastplate. His gauntlet entered the warrior's chest. Dorn closed his fist around what he found and tore outward. The traitor collapsed beneath a ruin of armor, ribs and pulped organs. The command sanctum opened before him. It had once been a bridge. Now it resembled a cathedral constructed around a wound in the universe. The main viewport showed no stars. Something vast and crimson moved beyond the glass, despite the ship still occupying real space. Hundreds of chained bodies hung from the ceiling, their mouths moving in a single chant. Traitor legionaries ringed a pit cut through the deck. At its center stood a figure in armor that seemed carved from darkness, wielding a long blade whose edge could not be followed by sight. Dorn knew at once that the weapon did not belong wholly to material existence. Rogal Dorn, the figure said, and its voice emerged from every corpse in the chamber. Praetorian, builder, failure. Dorn raised his storm's teeth. You have wasted enough time speaking. The melee that followed broke the bridge. Explosions tore command stations from their mountings. Bolter fire pulped chain sacrifices against the walls. The warp breach widened until gravity became meaningless and broken bodies floated through the air in slow spirals. Dorn reached the dark armored figure and struck with enough force to cave in a Land Raider's frontal plate. The creature parried. The impact shattered the deck beneath them. It moved again, impossibly fast. Dorn felt, rather than saw, the descending blade. He turned, not far enough. The weapon passed through his gauntlet, through ceramite, fiber bundles, flesh and Primarch bone, as though all were merely suggestions. His left hand separated above the wrist. Blood struck the air in a red sheet. The severed hand spun away, still enclosed in shattered gold. Dorn felt the absence with perfect clarity. Pain followed, immense and white, but pain had never possessed authority. He caught the dark warrior by the throat with his remaining hand. The creature tried to speak. Dorn drove its head into a support column. Once, twice. On the third impact, the helmet broke. On the fourth, the skull beneath it came apart, spraying bone fragments and dark blood across Dorn's faceplate. Another traitor lunged from behind. Dorn seized him, crushed the warrior's helmet between his hand and the bulkhead, and released the corpse only after brain matter began leaking through the broken eye lenses. His armor flooded the stump with coagulants and constriction pressure. Warning runes screamed across his vision. Dorn silenced them. "Father!" Voss was dragging himself across the ruined deck, one hand pressed to the wound in his abdomen. Behind him, surviving Imperial fists fought around the severed hand. The breach had become a vertical abyss of impossible color. The sword of sacrilege was translating. Dorn felt reality folding around, his armor pulling him toward the opening. Maglocks engaged beneath his boots and tore free with pieces of deck attached. Voss reached for him. "Take my hand!" Dorn almost laughed at the absurdity of the words, but there was no time for humor. The warp seized him harder. His sons opened fire into the breach, bolts vanishing into colors that screamed. Dorn's vox crackled. He saw Voss, the severed hand lying between them, and beyond them, the tactical runes showing the Imperial fleet still dying outside. "Captain," Dorn said. Voss understood before the command came. His face hardened. "No." Dorn's voice became iron. "You will withdraw, recover the survivors, preserve the fleet." "Father, that is an order." Reality tore. The Imperial fists watched their Primarch vanish into a wound that closed like flesh dragged across a blade. The pressure threw Voss backward. The command sanctum collapsed around him. The severed hand remained on the deck, fingers curled as though still gripping an invisible weapon. He stared at it for 1 second, perhaps 2, and then he obeyed. Much later, there would be records. Records would decay. Scribes would copy them incorrectly. Dates would contradict one another. Battles would acquire names their survivors had never used. Some histories would say the body of Rogal Dorn had been recovered. Others would speak only of his hand. Chaplains would place the relic within sanctified chambers. Warriors not yet born would kneel before it and swear oaths beside bones of dead heroes. 10,000 years of belief would accumulate around what remained. But on that day, there was no corpse, no final declaration, and no certainty. There was only a severed hand in a broken gauntlet, fragments of golden armor, and corrupted sensor records full of impossible readings. Rogal Dorn awoke without ground beneath him. His armor was cracked open in a dozen places. Blood still leaked from the sealed stump of his arm. There were no stars, no sun, no astronomicon, no direction that could truthfully be called above or below. Colors moved through one another like living things, and voices whispered from distances that did not exist. Something enormous turned behind a veil of red cloud. Smaller shapes gathered nearer, first dozens, then hundreds, then multitudes without number, horned silhouettes and crawling things, and winged predators drawn toward the solitary presence of a Primarch cast naked of armies into the immaterium. Dorn looked at them. He looked at the emptiness beneath his boots. He considered distance, approach routes, fields of fire, avenues of retreat, structural absence, and the complete lack of defensible terrain. The warp offered him madness. Rogal Dorn answered it with assessment. He lowered one boot until his mind decided there should be something beneath it. His foot met stone. Dorn looked down. A single slab existed where nothing had existed before. The demons came closer. He did not search for terror. He did not call for his sons. He did not ask whether the Emperor could hear him. First, he would establish a defensible position. There was no horizon, because there was no distance, and there was no distance, because nothing within the immaterium was obliged to remain where it had been. Rogal Dorn learned this before he learned whether he had been there for an hour or a century. The slab beneath his boots remained because he required it to remain, yet everything beyond it contradicted itself with each passing breath. A mountain hung above him, upside down, its roots trailing into a storm of green fire. A river flowed upward through empty air and became a procession of screaming faces before disappearing into a wound of violet light. Something that resembled a fortress stood far away until Dorn considered approaching it, whereupon it appeared directly behind him, its walls opening like jaws. He turned and found nothing there except a plain of polished bone extending in every direction. When he looked down, the stone beneath him had become a section of the sword of sacrilege's hull, still bearing a smear of his own blood. When he looked again, it was black marble. The warp did not merely ignore geometry. It mocked the premise that geometry had ever mattered. A wall might divide two spaces for one moment and connect them the next. A doorway might lead into itself. A trench could become a bridge if enough hatred was poured into the idea of crossing it. The realm was almost perfectly constructed to torment a mind that had spent centuries reducing warfare to structure, distance, and material fact. Dorn understood that observation and discarded the emotional significance of it. Torment was irrelevant. The problem remained an engineering problem. The first demons came while he was still studying the limits of the stone beneath him. They emerged from a crimson storm that had no relation to the sky because there was no sky, only direction temporarily agreeing to imitate one. Horned figures charged through the impossible weather, red skin stretched over corded muscle, curved blades clutched in clawed hands. Bloodletters. Dorn had killed their kind before. Here they seemed larger, sharper, more certain of themselves, strengthened by the realm that birthed them. They came not in a disciplined formation, but in a widening tide, each creature fighting the others for the privilege of reaching him first. Dorn planted his boots and raised his remaining fist. His bolt pistol held only 3 rounds. He used the first to destroy the leading demon's knee, the second to burst through another creature's throat, and the third to detonate inside the skull of a third. The rest reached him. One hellblade struck his breastplate and scored a glowing wound through armor already damaged aboard the traitor vessel. Dorn caught the wielder by the wrist, twisted until the limb came away, and drove the stolen blade through the demon's face. The weapon burned his gauntlet even through ceramite. Another bloodletter lunged. Dorn seized it by the horns and brought its head down against the edge of the stone until bone cracked, then again until the skull split and steaming black matter spilled from between his fingers. The corpse burst into sparks before it could fall. Another took its place. He fought until fighting became less a sequence of actions than a condition of existence. Time did not pass cleanly enough to measure. His armor's chronometer failed, restarted, displayed impossible values, then counted backward. He abandoned it. Some battles seemed to last minutes and left his muscles with the exhaustion of weeks. Other periods felt like years, yet ended with his armor's internal systems showing almost no metabolic passage. The demons changed according to appetites he recognized without needing their names. Bloodletters came in howling packs, hacking at him with the joyless fury of weapons given flesh. Winged things with beaked faces shrieked from spiraling skies and spat bolts of color that transformed stone into crawling flesh. Bloated plague creatures waddled through clouds of flies and tried to smear filth into the sealed wound where his hand had been. Pale, perfumed horrors came laughing through curtains of silk, their limbs too long, their mouths full of promises spoken in voices stolen from the dead. Dorn killed them all. He learned that killing a demon in the warp was not death in the mortal sense. Bodies ruptured, burned, dissolved or tore themselves apart beneath his hands, yet the malice behind them withdrew rather than ceased. He could destroy manifestation. He could break concentration. He could impose cost. Permanence belonged to other categories of warfare. His armor degraded by degrees. The gold was scored black around the joints and breastplate. One pauldron carried the deep groove of a hellblade that should have severed his shoulder. The seals around his missing hand had been rebuilt twice by his armor's limited repair systems, and once by Dorn himself, using fragments torn from an enemy weapon and compressed into a crude mechanical brace. He had no Medicae, no serfs, no artificers. He had blood, broken machines, and refusal. When his ammunition was gone, he retained the empty pistol, because it was still a mass of metal capable of cracking skulls. When the pistol finally shattered against the jaw of a plague demon, he discarded the pieces and used his fist. He broke necks, crushed rib cages, tore wings from backs, and ripped armored limbs from sockets. Demon ichor dried across him in layers that sometimes vanished without explanation. Mortal blood appeared on his armor from battles he did not remember fighting. Once he looked down and saw human fingers gripping his shin guard from beneath the stone. He stamped until they stopped moving. The stone remained. That mattered more than the hands. The first true breakthrough came when the slab tried to become water. It began beneath his boots as vibration, then softness. The black surface rippled. Dorn felt himself sinking. He looked down and understood instantly what the warp expected him to do. It expected him to react to the transformation, to acknowledge it, and therefore to participate in it. Dorn did not move. "This is ground," he said. His own voice sounded strange in a realm where sound did not require air. The surface continued to liquefy around his boots. He repeated the statement. "This is ground." The softness resisted him for several seconds. If seconds had meaning there, then hardened. Dorn crouched and struck it with his knuckles. Stone, not perfect stone, not real stone in the material sense, but hard, definite. He rose slowly. Somewhere beyond sight, something screamed in anger. He experimented. He selected a line scratched across the slab by a demon's claw and defined one side as held ground and the other as hostile territory. Nothing happened at first. Then a small warp creature skittered toward him, all insect limbs and human eyes, and hesitated when it reached the line. Its forelimb passed across, recoiled and smoked. Dorn watched without satisfaction. Satisfaction was a distraction. He deepened the scratch with a shard of broken armor. Another creature came. This one crossed, but more slowly. Dorn killed it. He extended the line. He found fragments of wreckage drifting through the warp and dragged them onto the slab. A section of void ship plating, an iron beam, a broken bulkhead hatch with an imperial aquila melted nearly smooth. He placed them deliberately. Straight edges, right angles, defined relationships. Every placement exhausted him more than combat because he was not moving matter alone. He was arguing with a dimension through will. The warp wanted shape to be symbolic. Dorn insisted shape could also be structural. Chaos answered with terror. The battlefield appeared without transition. One moment Dorn stood upon black stone surrounded by fragments of wreckage. The next, he smelled smoke from the Imperial Palace. He heard the thunder of guns against walls he had designed. He saw the sky above Terra burning beneath the final assault. And for an instant, the memory was perfect enough that his body responded before reason. He turned toward a breach he remembered too well. Imperial army dead lay piled where they had fallen. Legiones Astartes fought amid shattered battlements. His sons were dying. Every mark upon every wall corresponded to something he remembered. Then the dead began moving. A warrior he had sent to hold a gate stood and looked at him. "You knew," the dead man said. Dorn did not answer. The warrior's ruined face twisted. "You knew we would die." More corpses rose. "You could have sent reserves." Another voice. "You could have withdrawn us." Another. "You calculated the probability." Dorn's jaw tightened. The palace stretched around him, and everywhere he looked, he saw another decision converted into a body. Then the vision changed and showed him alternatives. He moved one cohort earlier, and a wall survived. He delayed a counterattack, and thousands lived. He repositioned artillery and destroyed a traitor spearhead before it reached a breach. Each correction created another chain of consequences, then another. Millions lived. Millions died elsewhere. The permutations multiplied faster than even a Primarch mind could comfortably track. Dorn found himself calculating despite knowing better. That was the trap. The warp fed upon engagement. Every attempt to solve the past strengthened the possibility that the past could be solved. He saw Sanguinius descend once more. He saw his brother broken again. He saw the Emperor carried from the vengeful spirit, ruined upon the shoulders of warriors whose faces remained locked in the memory of a moment Dorn had never managed to make small enough to endure. "You could have done better," whispered voices from the walls. Dorn closed his eyes. "Yes," he said. The visions hesitated. There existed decisions superior to mine. I did not know them. The walls began to bleed. "You failed." "Yes." Sanguinius turned toward him, golden and dead. Dorn opened his eyes and looked at the illusion without pleading with it. "The past is not an active theater." The palace vanished. Khorne came next in the language of simplicity. The realm became a red plain stretching beneath a sky of brass. Armies gathered without end. Warriors, demons, beasts, giants. Every shape carried a weapon. The ground was mud composed of blood and powdered bone. Dorn felt anger there, not an imposed emotion, his own. Anger at Horus, anger at traitors, anger at the Imperium that had survived only by becoming something his father had never intended, anger at himself. The sensation swelled until the muscles of his remaining arm trembled with the desire to kill. A voice without words offered him release. No more walls, no more calculations, no more responsibility for whose lives purchased whose survival, only the enemy and the act of destroying him. Dorn looked across the red host and considered its disposition. The temptation recoiled. He stepped forward and killed the first demon that charged him, breaking its sword arm, driving his elbow through its throat, and stamping the skull flat beneath his boot. The next lost its jaw. The next he hurled into its own comrades. He fought with absolute violence and absolutely no joy. Every movement sought advantage. Every body became obstruction. Every corpse altered the enemy's route. Rage remained inside him, but rage was placed under command. "Anger without objective is waste," Dorn said into the red sky. The plain shook. The blood became stone beneath his feet. Tzeentch did not offer rage. Tzeentch offered information. Paths appeared everywhere, each path divided into more. Dorn looked upon a wall he had built and saw every possible way it could fail. A breach in one future, undermining in another, treachery behind it, structural collapse, warp mutation, an enemy that flew over it, an enemy that convinced the wall it was a door. Every decision generated hundreds of alternatives, each plausible, each demanding consideration. Dorn began calculating. He stopped himself. The act felt almost physically wrong. His instincts demanded complete assessment before commitment. He forced the instinct down. One path had stronger ground. One position allowed overlapping fire. One wall required fewer resources. It might still fail. He selected it. The unreal paths screamed around him. He selected again. There was insufficient data. He acted anyway. That lesson hurt more than the loss of his hand. Certainty had always been a fortress within him. Now he understood that certainty itself could become a weakness when an enemy controlled information. A commander did not need perfect knowledge. He needed enough truth to make the next decision and the discipline to accept responsibility for what followed. The labyrinth collapsed behind him. Nurgle came as patience. Rust appeared on his armor. The gold blackened beneath fungal growth. The sealed stump of his arm began to ache with an infection that should not have been possible. Fat flies crawled from cracks in his plate. The stone beneath him softened into grave earth, and bodies emerged from it, not attacking but decomposing. Soldiers, imperial fists, humans, warriors from wars separated by centuries, their faces collapsed slowly under worms. "Everything fails," murmured a voice through their lungs. Dorn knelt and lifted a stone. He placed it atop another. Rust spread across his fingers. He placed a third. "Yes," he said. The voice grew warmer, almost paternal. "Then why build?" Dorn continued. "Stone upon stone. A crude barrier. The lower blocks were already cracking by the time he placed the upper ones. Because failure is not the same as uselessness. The first stone crumbled. Dorn replaced it. A wall that stands for 1 hour may preserve what lies behind it for 1 hour. Another cracked. The measure is not eternity. He set the next stone. The measure is whether it held long enough. The rot receded. Slaanesh waited until he was tired. The Imperium appeared around him in perfection. Terror stood unscarred. The palace shone beneath clean sunlight. No walls were broken because no walls had ever needed rebuilding. Warriors in immaculate armor stood in ranks without casualties. Dorn saw his brothers alive, ferrous, sanguineous, even Horus, noble and uncorrupted, standing at the Emperor's side. The Emperor descended the steps of the palace toward him, not enthroned, not wounded, not silent. His father looked exactly as memory demanded he should look. Pride without cruelty, authority without distance. "You have done enough," the illusion said. Dorn nearly believed it. That was what made it dangerous. He looked at the palace and found no flaw in the masonry. He looked at his brothers and found no grief in their faces. He looked at himself and saw both hands restored. A perfect Imperium, a perfect family, a perfect history. Dorn raised his remaining fist and struck the nearest column. The marble cracked. The illusion gasped. He struck again. "You could remain." Dorn hit the column a third time. "No." "You could make it true." "No." The palace split from foundation to roof. The sky tore open. His brothers began screaming as their faces melted into masks of hunger. Dorn watched them die again. Perfection purchased through surrender was not perfection. It was capitulation, decorated to resemble victory. When the last illusion vanished, Dorn stood once more upon his stone. It was larger now. He had not made it larger. Or perhaps he had, slowly, through 1,000 acts of refusal. Wreckage surrounded him in ordered lines. The broken bulkhead stood upright where he had placed it. The iron beam remained perpendicular. Stones that had previously shifted when he looked away now retained their positions. Angles remained angles. Distance between one marker and the next stopped expanding and contracting. Dorn walked from the center of his crude position to its edge and counted his steps. He walked back. The number remained the same. Demons gathered beyond the boundary. They did not rush immediately. They were learning caution. Dorn dragged another slab into place, then another. His armor groaned. His stump burned. He worked without tools beyond his surviving hand and the leverage offered by wreckage. The result would have embarrassed an Imperial Army engineer. It was barely a barricade, a waist-high line of broken stone and starship debris, no longer than a small defensive trench. There were no firing steps, no embrasures, no proper foundation, no depth. Compared with the walls of the Imperial Palace, it was an insult to the concept of fortification. A demon charged it. The creature was tall, skeletal and horned, with claws long enough to open a mortal soldier from throat to pelvis. It accelerated toward the barrier and attempted to pass through the stone as demons had passed through walls before. It struck the barricade. Bone cracked. The creature recoiled in confusion. Dorn stared. The demon screamed and attacked again. Its claws tore fragments from the upper stones, but did not pass through them. It had been forced to interact with the barrier as matter. Dorn stepped forward, caught the creature by the skull, and crushed it against the stones until its head burst into a flare of diseased light. Silence followed. He placed his remaining hand against the crude wall. The surface was cold, solid, obedient. The warp had obeyed a rule. For the first time since the sword of sacrilege had swallowed him, Rogal Dorn felt something other than endurance. He felt possibility. The barricade became a line. The line became a perimeter, and the perimeter became the first fact Rogal Dorn imposed upon a realm that despised facts. He began with orientation. There would be an above and a below, There would be distance between one stone and another. There would be a direction from which an enemy approached, and a direction toward which a defender withdrew. He marked cardinal points, not because the Immaterium possessed them, but because a fortress required reference. A length of shattered void ship keel became north. A broken macro cannon housing became west. A slab of black stone stained with his blood became the center. Dorn walked every distance himself, counting paces, returning, counting again, repeating the measurements until the warp ceased altering them by whim. When a span changed, he walked it again. When a tower of impossible bone leaned inward overnight and transformed a firing lane into a tunnel, he demolished it by hand and rebuilt the lane. When gravity shifted and sent wreckage floating upward, Dorn anchored the wreckage with lengths of chain scavenged from the dead and declared that mass would fall toward the ground he had chosen. At first, the chains groaned as though they held against the pull of an entire world. Then the debris settled. Dorn watched it remain and learned another lesson. The Immaterium did not yield because he was stronger than it. Nothing living could be stronger than an ocean without shore. It yielded because he was narrowing the argument. A demon could make a wall into a mouth if the wall was merely an image, an idea, a suggestion. It struggled when the wall had measurements, foundation depth, load-bearing purpose, orientation, named approaches and defenders who believed that the structure was a wall because they had bled to build it. The work became warfare long before other men arrived. Dorn fought while constructing and constructed while fighting. He carried stone with one hand and killed with the same hand. He learned to place materials where an attacking demon's route would become predictable, then learned that predictability itself strengthened the route. Choke points grew more reliable when used repeatedly. Firing lines became harder for the warp to bend once he had walked them under attack. A narrow gateway cut between two sections of void ship armor became so fixed in his mind that demons attempting to materialize behind it were instead forced to appear before it, as though the concept of entry had become attached to the opening. Dorn exploited the effect mercilessly. He created dead ground, overlapping fields, fallback intervals, and areas he deliberately left undefined, so the warp would remain unstable there. Those became traps. Creatures that tried to circumvent his walls through unreality found themselves emerging into places Dorn had never granted structural meaning, where their own forms became unreliable and their cohesion weakened. Then he struck them. Every act of siegecraft was also an act of metaphysics, though Dorn refused to think of it in such terms. Metaphysics belonged to philosophers and sorcerers. He was fortifying ground. The first ship fragment appeared 300 paces beyond the western line, although Dorn could not have said how long after his arrival that occurred. One moment there was empty crimson mist. The next, half the prow of an Imperial frigate protruded from it at an angle, decks exposed where the vessel had been torn apart. The aquila upon the armor was still visible beneath scorch marks. Atmosphere poured from ruptured compartments, despite there being no meaningful atmosphere around it. Dorn approached cautiously and heard bolter fire within. He entered through a breach large enough to admit a rhino and found 12 Imperial naval armsmen fighting things that had once been their shipmates. The corrupted crew had mouths stretched wider than human anatomy permitted and fingers joined into black claws. The surviving armsmen fired lascarbines until power packs glowed. Their lieutenant turned at the sound of Dorn's approach and froze. For one dangerous second, the man simply stared. Dorn stepped past him, caught a mutated rating by the skull, and drove the head into a bulkhead hard enough to collapse the face. "Continue firing," he said. The lieutenant obeyed. Other wrecks followed. A transport from a campaign Dorn remembered appeared with its engine decks full of dead men and its forward compartments still sealed. 3 days later, or perhaps 3 decades, a battered Imperial cruiser emerged, bearing heraldry Dorn did not recognize, and a date designation that should have been centuries beyond his own era. Its surviving crew spoke of wars that had not yet occurred when Dorn vanished. They knew the names of heroes not yet born. They referred to imperial institutions changed by reforms Dorn had never ordered. Some recognized him immediately and wept. Others thought him a demon wearing the Praetorian's face. Dorn questioned every survivor personally when possible, comparing testimonies, campaign references, regimental designations, and fragments of chronological data. The results were useless. One group claimed only decades had passed since the Heresy. Another spoke of an imperium separated from that war by centuries. A lone Astartes recovered from a crippled strike cruiser belonged to a chapter descended from the gene line of a Primarch Dorn knew but had never heard called by the chapter's title. The warrior knelt on seeing him. Dorn ordered him to stand and demanded his ammunition state. The stable zone drew them because it represented something rare in the warp: consistency. Vessels adrift in the immaterium slipped toward it as debris drifts toward gravity. Some arrived intact enough to provide resources. Others came as tombs. Dorn stripped all of them. Armor plating became walls. Bulkheads became gates. Magazine casings became storage vaults. Reactor housings were gutted for dense structural material. Naval ratings who had survived Void War were given chains, cutting torches, and orders. Imperial guardsmen were placed on firing steps the same day they arrived. Astartes were assigned to the positions where mortals would die too quickly to be useful. Dorn offered no promise of rescue. He did not tell them the Emperor would save them. He did not tell them survival was likely. He explained the situation in the language of function. This ground is stable because it is defended. If the perimeter fails, stability fails with it. You will work while able. You will fight when ordered. You will sleep when relieved. Rations will be issued by expenditure, not rank. Ammunition belongs to the position, not the man carrying it. One exhausted guardsman, his flak coat scorched and his face grey with malnutrition, asked the question no officer had dared. "And if we hold, Lord? What then?" Dorn looked past him toward the red horizon. "Then we hold tomorrow." Men found the answer cruel and strangely comforting. It asked nothing from them except what could be done. Dorn worked beside them because there was too much labor and too little time for ceremony. He lifted fractured armor plates. Naval cranes could no longer move. He drove support beams into stone with blows from his surviving fist. He hauled wreckage through mud that occasionally screamed in human voices. The sight unsettled the mortals more than any speech could have inspired them. Primarchs belonged in mosaics, banners, and impossible stories. They were not supposed to brace collapsing walls with their shoulder, while ratings welded support plates beneath them. They were not supposed to stand knee-deep in filth dragging artillery from a dead ship. The men began working harder whenever Dorn was present, and Dorn noticed. He did not praise them. He adjusted their labor rotations to exploit it. Within what the defenders called months, the position possessed depth. The outermost lines were intentionally weak. Dorn designed them to be lost. Sandbag substitutes formed from packed ash and shredded armor fiber were arranged before low walls of ship plating. Trenches ran behind them, deep enough to hide mortars and heavy stubbers, but shallow enough that a catastrophic warp shift could not bury entire platoons. Behind those stood the true fire belts. Heavy bolters recovered from damaged Astartes emplacements, multi-lasers torn from Chimera turrets, autocannons, lascannons, naval point defense weapons modified to fire horizontally, and one ancient plasma battery that required 3 engine sears and continuous prayer simply to remain functional. Farther inward, rose-sealed redoubts built from overlapping void ship armor, each capable of continuing independently if surrounding sectors fell. Between them, Dorn left clear demolition corridors. Every strongpoint had fallback routes. Every fallback route crossed at least one position, able to fire into it, should the retreat become a rout. The first great assault tested the design. The warp darkened until every color became red. Demons came from every direction, and none, thousands of lesser entities beneath towering shapes that dragged weapons larger than tanks. Mortal cultists marched among them, some naked, others wearing pieces of armor from dozens of lost armies. Traitor Astartes appeared behind them in black and bronze, bolters firing in disciplined volleys. Dorn stood within the second defensive ring and watched the outer bastion receive the impact. Bastion Calthax held 412 mortal defenders, 2 Astartes, and enough ammunition for 12 minutes of maximum expenditure. Its purpose was to delay the western thrust for 11. At the 9th minute, the Bastion commander requested withdrawal. "Denied," Dorn said. "Lord, they are through the first trench. I see them. We can reach the second line." "No," the Vox hissed. Behind Dorn, officers listened without speaking. The commander tried once more. "My lord, we can still preserve half the company." Dorn watched the enemy mass compress around the bastion. If Calthax withdrew, the demons would reach the primary fire belt before the eastern reserves completed redeployment. "Your position is buying time. Continue buying it." There was a long silence. Then the commander answered, "Understood." Calthax held for 13 minutes. At the 12th, its ammunition reports became requests for blades and grenades. At the E-13th, the Vox carried bolter fire, screaming, the wet chopping sounds of close combat, and a final transmission in which somebody was reciting the names of dead squadmates, while another man shouted range corrections over him. Then the channel ended. Dawn marked the bastion destroyed. The 2 additional minutes allowed the second line to lock into position. When the demons surged across the ruins, massed fire struck them from 3 directions. Heavy bolters tore bodies apart in rows. Lascannons punched through larger entities and continued through those behind them. Mortar shells burst among cultist concentrations and filled the air with severed limbs, shredded cloth, and fragments of bone. The western assault stalled exactly where Dawn had intended. The dead of Calthax became saints by the following day. Dawn discovered the shrine while inspecting an ammunition vault. Someone had placed a piece of yellow armor plating against the wall and carved a crude fist into it. Beneath the symbol rested candles made from rendered fat, spent bolt casings, and strips of cloth bearing the names of the dead. A smaller image had been scratched beside them, a one-handed giant standing before a wall. "Remove it," Dawn said. The quartermaster stared. "My lord?" "The candles consume oxygen. The casings are brass and can be repurposed. The cloth is needed for field dressings. It honors the dead. The ammunition vault honors the dead. It enables those still alive to kill the enemy." The shrine vanished before the next inspection. Others appeared elsewhere. Dawn forbade images of himself. The order failed quietly. Men obeyed it in his presence and carved his likeness after he left. He considered punishing them, then observed that morale increased in sectors where the symbols appeared. The fortification existed partly because belief reinforced definition. He disliked the implication enough to spend an entire watch examining it before accepting the conclusion. The symbols stayed. The fortress acquired its name in the same manner. Dawn first heard it from a naval rating hauling shells toward the western battery. "Move them to the last wall," the man shouted to another work gang. Dawn stopped. "What did you call it?" The rating went pale. "Nothing, Lord." "You called it something." "The last wall." "Why?" The man swallowed. "Because if this falls, there is nowhere else." Dawn considered correcting him. The statement was imprecise. There were inner redoubts, fallback positions, and secondary barriers. Yet the name spread before he could suppress it. Guardsmen used it over the Vox. Ratings painted it on bulkheads. Astartes began referring to the perimeter by the same designation with the reluctant practicality of warriors adopting useful shorthand. The effect became visible. The more defenders called it the last wall, the more the structure resisted alteration. Stones stopped changing color. Trenches remained the same depth. Distances held. The warp itself was accepting the term because minds within it accepted the term. Chaos learned. The next enemy did not charge. The demon prince appeared beyond the northern approaches with an army arranged like a siege host. Its body was immense, encased in armor made from plates of black metal stitched together with sinew. Its face remained hidden behind a helm shaped like a fortress gate. Behind it rolled artillery pieces grown from fused demon engines and captured imperial guns. Their barrels were made from screaming mouths. Traitor engineers dragged living chains into position. Dorn watched from the central bastion and understood with immediate distaste that the enemy had studied him. The bombardment began. The first shell was a soul. It struck the outer wall without physical mass and detonated as memory. Every defender within 20 paces suddenly believed he had murdered his own kin. Men dropped weapons and tore at their faces. Dorn ordered the position isolated and the afflicted restrained. The next projectiles burst into heat, insects, laughter, childhood voices, and impossible gravity. Then came the burrowers. They did not tunnel beneath the walls. They attacked the concept of beneath. Sections of foundation began forgetting what they rested upon. Reinforce definition markers, Dorn ordered. Every sector. Spoken designation every 30 seconds. Walls, gates, firing steps, foundations. A mortal officer stared at him. Spoken, Lord? Yes. Tell the walls what they are. The officer obeyed, because sanity had ceased to be a requirement for useful orders. Dorn countered the siege with deception. He constructed false positions beyond the main line, but not from material. He had squads speak of bunkers that did not exist. Officers issued orders to imaginary batteries. Runners carried ammunition manifests for guns never built. Maps were deliberately marked with phantom redoubts. Belief accumulated around the fiction. The demon prince detected them and altered its assault toward the strongest supposed sector. When its host attacked, there was nothing there. Then Dorn decided there was. For one moment, a wall existed because both armies expected one. The traitors struck it. Dorn detonated the ground beneath them. The northern field disappeared beneath fire. Charges scavenged from torpedoes and plasma conduits erupted together. Traitor Astartes vanished inside white heat. Demon engines toppled into ruptures that opened beneath them. Mortal cultists were thrown into the air as burning fragments. The demon prince roared and advanced personally through the devastation. It reached the central gate while Dorn was waiting. The gate was built from 3 overlapping battleship bulkheads and the prow armor of a destroyer. The demon prince struck once. Metal bent inward. It struck again. The locking braces snapped. Dorn met the third blow with his remaining hand. The impact drove him knee-deep into the stone. The demon leaned close. Behind the gate-shaped helm came a voice like iron dragged across bone. "You cannot make permanence here." Dorn pushed upward. "No," the demon laughed. "Everything changes." "Not everything." The prince struck again. Pain exploded through Dorn's missing arm. Not the stump, beyond it. He looked down. Golden lines extended from the empty end of his gauntlet. They formed angles, then planes, then structure. Light hardened around absence, unfolding with the precision of architectural projection. A wrist appeared where no wrist existed. Then a palm. Fingers. Not flesh, not replacement. Something vast and armored, shaped from intersecting geometric radiance and lines that resembled battlements seen from above. Dorn stared for half a heartbeat. The demon prince hesitated. That was enough. Dorn closed the impossible hand. Its fingers wrapped around the prince's torso. The creature screamed. Golden planes tightened. Black armor buckled inward. Ribs thicker than fortress beams snapped. Warp fire burst from the demon's mouth. Dorn lifted the creature from the ground and drove it against the battlement. Stone fractured. He struck it again. The helm split. A face composed of dozens of screaming human mouths emerged beneath. Dorn squeezed. The manifestation collapsed between the spectral fingers in a torrent of black blood, broken armor, and burning light. The demon's essence tore free with a howl that shook every wall in the fortress. Then, the golden hand vanished. Dorn stood before the broken gate with nothing beyond his stump except darkness. The defenders cheered. He turned on them. Silence. The sound died. Dorn looked at the place where the hand had been. He had mistrusted psychers before the Heresy. He had seen what unrestrained sorcery did to armies and worlds. He knew what the warp offered men who mistook power for favor. A chaplain approached carefully. "A blessing, Lord." "No." The warrior stopped. Dorn's voice hardened. "Do not name what you do not understand." He ordered the gate repaired. Later, standing upon the central battlement, Dorn looked outward and saw more lights gathering beyond the red horizon. Not hundreds, thousands. Some were armies. Others were presences large enough to distort the shape of the immaterium around them. The last wall had become stable enough to be seen from far away. That was the problem. Dorn had believed he was creating shelter. He understood now that he had created an offense. The warp was a realm where everything surrendered eventually to change, appetite, despair, or rage. A place that did not change was an insult. A wall that remained a wall was blasphemy against chaos. The last wall was no longer merely defending those within it. It had become a strategic target. Time ceased pretending to be a line. It became weather, pressure, infection, ammunition. It arrived in violent concentrations and left without warning. Men entered the last wall with black hair and died beneath its battlements with white beards, while, beyond the fortifications, the same wounded demon might still be dragging itself from the crater where Dorn had struck it moments before. Entire generations were born among salvaged decks and bastions hammered from the corpses of dead ships. Children who had never seen a sun grew into soldiers beneath skies of screaming color, inherited lasguns from fathers buried inside walls that did not exist in real space, and learned before they could read that the sound of bells from beyond the western abyss meant something was attempting to alter gravity. Rogal Dorn remained. Regiments arrived by accident through broken warp currents, their troop transports vomiting atmosphere and frightened men into the stable region around the fortress. Some carried uniforms Dorn remembered. Others wore patterns he had never seen, spoke in accents unfamiliar even to his transhuman memory, and bore campaign honors from wars that had not begun when the sword of sacrilege swallowed him. They fought beneath his command. They aged. They died. Their replacements arrived from no understandable chronology. Dorn recorded every formation personally when possible. The Belisar 9th Heavy Infantry, the 73rd Jantine Rifles, the Tarsus Armored Cohort, the Voidsmen of the Indomitable Saint, the survivors of the strike cruiser, Hand of Censure. Names filled slabs of black stone in chambers protected more carefully than food stores. When one officer asked why the Primarch devoted resources to carving the dead while ammunition remained scarce, Dorn answered without looking up from the chisel in his remaining hand. Because expenditure without record becomes waste. They purchased time. We will know what it cost. The last wall grew beyond anything its first builders could have imagined. A bastion became a fortress, the fortress became a defensive region, and the defensive region became something approaching a continent laid across the unreality of the immaterium. Trenches stretched for hundreds of kilometers through plains where the soil consisted of powdered teeth and half-remembered faces. Defensive towers rose from captured demon engines whose still-living carcasses had been encased in adamantine and forced to serve as foundations. Salvaged void shield generators throbbed beneath cathedral-sized bunkers. Gun crews operated macro cannon pieces ripped from wrecked cruisers and lowered into embrasures by chains pulled by thousands of laborers. Such weapons had been designed to fire across the void between warships. Now they pointed horizontally across an abyss with no measurable depth, their shells vanishing into darkness before detonating among armies marching on the far side. The concussion of each discharge flattened men who stood too near the recoil braces. Naval lance capacitors, never intended for ground use, had been reconstructed into crude fixed batteries whose first firing melted 3 decks of their own emplacement and cooked an entire maintenance crew inside their pressure suits. Dorn ordered the weapon rebuilt. It had destroyed a demon engine larger than a warlord titan before failing. The dead had brought useful knowledge. The scale of the wars increased because chaos had learned that small assaults were wasteful. Armies came now in millions. Mortal cultists, stolen from real space, marched under banners stitched from human hide, their formations stretching farther than mortal eyes could resolve. Some belonged to eras separated by centuries. One host carried rusted autoguns and chainmail. Another came behind armored transports bearing heraldry from a crusade Dorn had never heard of. Traitor Astartes moved among them in war bands, wearing the colors of old legions and newer renegade brotherhoods, some ancient enough to recognize Dorn by sight, and others knowing him only from blasphemous legend. Demon engines crawled across plains formed from fused teeth, their tracks grinding enamel into white dust, while living artillery tubes vomited shells wrapped in screaming souls. Titans appeared occasionally through the storms. Some arrived loyal, their crews insane from centuries trapped within the warp, yet still clutching fragments of oaths to the Omnissiah. Others emerged already corrupted, god machines swollen with flesh, cathedral carapaces breathing through vents that had become rib cages. Dorn learned to kill them by turning the ground beneath their feet into certainty. A titan could stride through impossible terrain when the warp accepted its will. It stumbled when gravity, mass, and momentum suddenly became absolute. Then macro cannon fire took it through the knees. Victory never restored what it consumed. Every defensive success left fewer trained men, fewer functioning weapons, fewer medici supplies, and more walls requiring repair. Dorn began to understand attrition as something deeper than numbers. In real space, a commander might hope for reinforcement, resupply, relief. Within the last wall, there was only accumulation and loss. What arrived through the warp could not be predicted. Ammunition from a lost freighter might sustain 3 sectors for a year. A month later, an entire regiment might appear carrying weapons for which no compatible power packs existed. Dorn standardized everything he could. Las weapon cells were stripped, rebuilt, and redistributed. Bolter magazines were catalogued by pattern. Artillery shells too damaged for safe firing became demolition charges. Armor plating became infrastructure before ornament. The fortress consumed wreckage with the appetite of a hive city. Nothing was sacred if it could be made useful, and Dorn's sons learned quickly that even relics were not immune. A captain once protested when an ancient gilded bulkhead bearing the names of dead Astartes was marked for cutting. Dorn asked whether the plate would stop a demon blade. The captain admitted that it would. Then the dead continue to serve, Dorn said. His mercy diminished, because mercy required conditions the warp refused to provide. Corruption was one such condition. At first, possession had been rare and spectacular. Men screamed in unknown languages, limbs lengthened, eyes blackened, teeth grew where no teeth belonged. Such cases were simple. Later, the taint became subtle. A gunner began predicting enemy barrages moments before they landed. A lieutenant survived wounds no man should survive and claimed it was faith. A sergeant who had defended the same gate for 30 years stopped sleeping and insisted he no longer needed to. Dorn investigated patterns, not testimonies. When certainty crossed the threshold from suspicion to proof, he acted immediately. Men who had served heroically for decades were executed beside those who had never distinguished themselves. Astartes were not exempt. Dorn killed one space marine with his own hand after the warrior's shadow began moving independently of his body. The Marine had saved 300 mortals during the previous siege. His service altered nothing. "You know me," the warrior said, as Dorn raised the execution blade. "I know what you were," Dorn answered, and struck through the neck. The worst purge came in the southern manufacturum sectors, where possession spread through a population already exhausted by generations of war. Men began hearing voices through machine housings. Labor crews tore out their own tongues and nailed them to pressure doors. An entire artillery regiment fired upon a friendly redoubt after its command staff claimed the guns had been given new coordinates by the Emperor. By the time the corruption was identified as contagious, more than 60,000 men had been exposed. General Ors Veyran, old enough to remember arriving at the last wall as a junior captain, stood before Dorn in the command redoubt with both fists clenched. There are loyal men in those sectors. Dorn watched infection probabilities move across a slate. Yes. Men who have fought for you their entire lives. Yes. Veyran's face reddened. Then give me permission to extract them. Dorn turned the slate toward him. The first containment line has already failed. The second has 11 confirmed penetrations. Evacuation increases contact by a factor of 6. We do not possess the manpower to screen that movement safely. Veyran stared at the projections. So you burn them? Yes. And that is all you have to say? Dorn's expression did not change. No. I can also tell you how many more die if we do not. The general said nothing. Dorn gave the order. Promethium reservoirs beneath the manufacturum sectors were ignited. Pressure gates sealed first. Men hammered against them from the inside until the heat turned the metal red. The fire burned for 3 days. Dorn walked through the ashes afterward and found bodies fused together in blackened heaps, teeth exposed where lips had burned away. He did not call the decision righteous. He called it effective. The years, if they were years, marked him. His face hardened into something older than the warrior who had vanished aboard the Sword of Sacrilege. Lines deepened around his eyes and mouth. His hair paled until the once golden strands became the color of old bone. The armor he had worn into the warp ceased to resemble any artificer plate forged by human hands. Portions remained scarred gold. Others had blackened permanently beneath exposure to energies no forge could reproduce. Geometric wounds crossed the breastplate and pauldrons, glowing faintly when reality around him weakened. They never shifted, never crawled, never behaved like mutation. Dorn disliked them more for that. Chaos usually announced corruption through excess. These marks possessed discipline. The missing hand never returned. At first, his armor had attempted to form protective plating around the stump. Dorn eventually removed the empty gauntlet entirely and refused every suggestion that a mechanical replacement be fabricated from salvage. The absence had tactical disadvantages. It also had value. When he looked at the scar, he remembered a simple fact. Chaos had taken something from him. The warp could injure a Primarch. Forgetting that would be arrogance. The golden manifestation returned only during moments when the integrity of the last wall itself was threatened. It never appeared because Dorn wished for a weapon. It did not answer anger. The first time he attempted deliberately to summon it, nothing happened. The second time, after hours of concentration, his stump merely bled. He stopped trying. Months later, a demonic breach opened beneath the eastern bastions and began turning defensive structures into fluid. Walls flowed like wax. Trenches folded upward. Men fell sideways into a sky that had become a vertical ocean. Dorn reached the collapsing position, saw what had to remain, and knew with absolute certainty that the breach could not be allowed to widen. Golden lines emerged from his arm. They unfolded into planes, battlements, angles, and interlocking structures. The hand formed around absence, enormous and armored, its surfaces filled with moving diagrams that resembled fortress plans written in light. Dorn drove it into the ground. Reality stopped changing. The eastern bastion slammed back into its proper orientation. Hundreds of falling soldiers struck the earth hard enough to break limbs, rather than vanishing into unreality. The Hand of Defiance, as the men had begun calling it, despite Dorn never giving it that name, remained until the breach closed. Then it disappeared. He learned what empowered it. Not fury, not desire, certainty. When Dorn knew what must stand, the warp found resistance. When he hesitated, the manifestation weakened. When his purpose became confused, it vanished. This discovery disturbed him because it blurred the distinction between military discipline and psychic force. Yet utility could not be ignored. He tested the effect cautiously, never upon men and never beyond defensive necessity. The results expanded. In his presence, demons regenerated more slowly. A creature that had once reformed a severed limb in moments now bled and remained maimed. Impossible pathways collapsed. Warp predators accustomed to stepping through one wall and emerging from another found themselves forced to walk the intervening distance. Projectiles became reliable. Bolter rounds flew straight instead of curving toward fear. Lascanon beams struck where sights indicated. Gravity held. Momentum mattered. Mass became burdensome. To mortals, Dorn's presence felt like stability. To demons, it became suffocation. They hated him for it. Chaos stopped trying only to kill him. It began trying to make him want more. The temptations arrived with intelligence. A throne appeared one night within the central bastion, carved from perfect stone and sized for a Primarch. Dorn ordered it demolished. An army arrived the next day, millions of warriors kneeling beyond the walls and offering service if he would simply claim them. He ordered artillery to fire. Later, he saw Ferrus Manus standing upon a battlement, alive, speaking with the blunt impatience Dorn remembered. The apparition told him where the enemy would attack. Dorn ignored it. Sanguinius came after. Then Sigismund, older than Dorn had ever known him, asking why his father had abandoned his sons. Dorn walked through the image. The Emperor was last, not broken, not enthroned, whole. "You could rebuild everything," said the figure wearing his father's face. "You have learned how." Dorn stared at him. The offer was not merely resurrection, it was control. The warp had shown Dorn something dangerously close to his deepest instinct. He could impose order upon matter, perhaps one day upon armies, perhaps upon worlds, perhaps upon minds. No treachery if every warrior obeyed, no weakness if every city was fortified, no uncertainty if every future was constrained. A perfect imperium, not through pleasure or rage, but through structure so absolute that choice itself became a flaw removed from the design. Dorn understood then how chaos intended to claim him. It did not need to make him love excess. It needed to convince him that control was the same as duty. The revelation frightened him more than any demon. He established a law for himself that same day. He carved it into the stone of his private command chamber, where only he could see it. He would impose structure only to defend. He would not build a kingdom in the warp. He would not force loyalty into another mind. He would not turn order into domination, merely because domination was possible. Walls existed to preserve what lay behind them, not to become prisons for everything they touched. The restriction made his work harder. He accepted that. A weapon without limits was simply another enemy waiting for permission. Then the currents changed. Dorn felt it first through the foundations. Every wall in the last wall groaned simultaneously. Void shields flickered. Compasses that had been reliable for generations spun until needles snapped. The red horizon darkened, as though something unimaginably vast had moved beyond it. Dorn climbed the highest battlement and looked outward. The warp pressed against the fortress like an ocean leaning upon a dam. Visions came with the pressure. A fortress world, black pylons, armies without end, a violet wound in space surrounded by stars. He heard a name spoken by thousands of voices separated across time. Cadia. Dorn watched the impossible image sharpen. He saw stone bastions beneath artillery fire, imperial armies, traitor fleets, the eye of terror hanging over everything like the pupil of a god. For the first time, he understood that the last wall might not merely be a refuge created by accident. It was attached to something. Somewhere beyond the immaterium, mankind had built another wall, and the pressure building against both of them was becoming immense. Phalanx had endured longer than empires. The fortress monastery drifted through the void like a continent torn from some dead age of mankind and armored against the stars, its vast flanks studded with lance batteries, torpedo tubes, macro cannon, docking spines and bastions large enough to contain lesser warships within them. Whole districts of the ancient vessel had been sealed for millennia because no living tech marine remembered what lay beyond their pressure gates. Others were inhabited by generations of chapter serfs who were born, labored and died without ever seeing a natural sky. Plasma reactors buried in the fortress's depths burned with the fury of captive suns, their output channeled through machinery whose original makers had become dust before the Imperium possessed a name. Everywhere there was labor. Servitors dragged ammunition pallets through vaults large enough to swallow hive districts. Armorers inspected bolt magazines and replaced damaged mass-reactive shells. Chapter serfs in yellow-edged void suits loaded Thunderhawks, while sensor-bearing attendants moved among the gunships, blessing engines that had killed across thousands of worlds. In the training decks, Imperial fists fought until armor cracked and blood darkened the floor, because readiness was not a virtue to them. It was a condition of existence. Darnath Lysander moved through Phalanx as though the fortress were another suit of armor. The thud of his Terminator plate carried through the passageways before him. Rampart rode upon his left arm, its ancient field generators dormant but ready, while the Fist of Dawn rested across his opposite shoulder. The relic Thunderhammer had shattered heretic champions, broken Xeno's monstrosities, and crushed traitor Astartes into their own armor. Serfs lowered their eyes when he passed. Astartes acknowledged him with small inclinations of their helms. Lysander returned neither gesture unless function required it. The chapter was preparing for war, which meant that anything not serving preparation was indulgence. Tactical projections followed him through his helm display, armor companies completing embarkation, ammunition reserves, strike cruiser readiness, astropathic reports, apothecarian stores, drop pod inventories, and the availability of Terminator suits whose systems were older than nations. One battery commander had requested an additional reserve of plasma coolant. Lysander denied it. The reserve belonged to a void shield station whose failure would expose 3 embarkation decks. Another captain requested delaying departure until replacement ceramite arrived from a forge convoy. Lysander ordered him to depart scarred. Armor existed to receive damage. The summons from the reliquary had therefore irritated him before it disturbed him. Master of the Forge, Adron Cord, waited outside the sanctified vault with 2 tech marines and Chaplain Verastus. Cord's red armor had almost disappeared beneath servo arms, mechadendrites, and devotional machinery. Verastus stood opposite him in black plate, his skull helm fixed beneath one arm. Between them waited 4 veteran brothers with storm bolters held across their chests. No one spoke until Lysander approached. "Report," he said. Cord answered first. His voice carried a faint metallic undertone from the augmetics, replacing much of his throat. Anomalies within the relic stasis system, repeated temporal variants, biological readings inconsistent with preserved tissue. Verastus looked toward the sealed vault. The relic has awakened. Lysander's expression did not change. "Machines fail." "They do," Cord said. "These have not." "Then prove it." The vault opened through 3 separate adamantium barriers. Each required genetic confirmation, mechanical cipher, and spoken oath. Beyond them stood a chamber far smaller than the scale of Phalanx suggested it should be. Its walls were bare stone rather than ornamented metal, the blocks carried from worlds sacred to the sons of Dawn. Names had been carved into them over millennia. Chapter masters, captains, heroes whose bodies had never been recovered, battle honors from sieges that had consumed millions. There were no gilded statues, no triumphant frescoes. The imperial fists had never required decoration to understand the significance of what rested within. The stasis reliquary stood at the center. Lysander had knelt before it before battles when tradition demanded it. He had sworn oaths before the relic as a younger warrior, long before imprisonment, escape, and the wars that had made his name. Yet standing before it while carrying the Fist of Dawn always produced an irony he did not particularly enjoy. He bore a weapon named for his gene sire, while the last physical remnant of that gene sire rested beyond armored crystal. Within the field lay the hand of Rogal Dorn. 10,000 years of ritual had not made the relic less brutal in its simplicity. It was not a statue. It was not a representation. It was what remained after a weapon had passed through Primarch flesh and bone. Preserved tissue clung where ancient stasis had arrested decay. Fragments of damaged golden armor remained around the severed wrist. Bone showed through desiccated flesh in places, pale and massive, built on proportions beyond those of ordinary humanity. Every son of the Imperial Fists who entered the chamber understood the implication. Primarchs bled. Primarchs could be broken. The Emperor's sons had never been beyond consequence. A rune flashed upon the reliquary housing, then another. Lysander looked toward Cord. Explain. The tech marine extended a mechadendrite into a recessed data port. Streams of binharic diagnostics spilled across the nearby display. Field integrity remains within tolerance. Power is stable. Chronometric governors disagree with one another by intervals, ranging from fractions of a second to several centuries. That is not possible. No. Verastus's voice was quiet. Yet it occurs. Cord ignored him. There is more. The display changed. Lysander had seen mortal heart monitors before. He had seen warriors opened upon apothecarian slabs, twin hearts exposed beneath. Retractor claws, while apothecaries worked through organs torn by bolt shells. He knew what metabolic activity looked like. The line on the display moved. Once. Stopped. Moved again. The chamber became very still. Verastus whispered, "By dawn." Cord's servo arm snapped toward the screen. Repeat diagnostic. A tech marine complied. Machine code chattered. Auspex probes interrogated the relic through layers of shielding. The result returned unchanged. Lysander studied the hand. Could residual gene seed activity produce this? No, Cord said. Stasis feedback? No. Contamination? Impossible without breaching the field. Then you do not know. Cord turned his helmet toward him. Correct. That answer satisfied Lysander more than speculation. Verastus stepped nearer. Captain, we should summon the Reclusium. Every chaplain upon Phalanx must witness this. No. The chaplain stared at him. You deny the significance? I deny conclusion without evidence. This is the hand of our father. It was the hand of our father when the machine did nothing. Verastus's jaw hardened. And now it does. Lysander walked to the stasis housing. Rampart's edge nearly touched the floor. The Fist of Dawn remained in his grip. An old thought came to him then, unwelcome because it resembled sentiment. How many warriors had carried weapons bearing Dawn's name while believing the Primarch himself reduced to this? He placed his gauntleted hand against the armored crystal. The universe disappeared. There was a wall beneath a black-red sky. It stretched farther than vision, a fortress made from warship hulls, impossible stone, shattered Titan armor, and structures that should never have existed together. Trenches burned beneath artillery fire. Macro cannon roared from towers built over an abyss filled with mouths. Beyond the battlements came demons in numbers that made planetary invasions look small. They filled the horizon. Winged things blackened the sky. Brass giants strode between tides of lesser monstrosities. Traitor Astartes advanced beneath banners of skin, while demon engines crawled over mountains of corpses. At the center of it all stood one warrior. Golden armor, blackened almost beyond recognition. White hair, one hand. The figure turned. Lysander saw Rogal Dorn's face. Then Phalanx returned hard enough that Lysander's gauntlet struck the reliquary. Cord stepped forward. "Captain?" Lysander said nothing for several seconds. Verastus saw something in his expression. "What did you see?" "A battlefield." "Whose?" Lysander looked through the stasis crystal at the severed hand. "Ours." He withdrew his gauntlet. "Seal this chamber." Verastus's brows drew together. "You cannot mean—" "Seal it." "Captain, no pilgrimages, no additional personnel, no Vox traffic concerning what occurred here. All diagnostic records are to be duplicated, isolated from the primary noosphere, and placed under gene-locked authority. Anyone already aware of the anomaly is confined to Phalanx until I determine what it means." Verastus regarded him with something close to anger. "You saw him. I saw an image. You saw Dorn. I saw something that knew what Dorn looked like." The distinction silenced the chaplain. Far beyond real space, Rogal Dorn staggered. He had stood upon the highest battlement of the last wall, watching pressure gather beyond Cadia's shadow, when sensation struck the absence where his hand should have been. He almost drew a weapon. There was no pain. Pain would have been easier to interpret. Instead, there was direction. For untold centuries, every orientation inside the warp had been one he created himself. North existed because Dorn defined north. Distance existed because he forced the concept to remain stable. Even the idea of before and after had become suspect. Now something existed beyond him that did not depend upon his will. A point, fixed. He turned toward it. The act had no physical meaning, yet the sensation strengthened. His hand, not restored, not present, somewhere else. Dorn closed his eyes and concentrated upon the connection. He felt cold machinery surrounding dead flesh, stone, incense, ceramite, gene-coded wards, then minds, his sons. The realization struck more deeply than he permitted his face to show. They were alive, not the sons he had known. These were distant descendants, separated from him by generations so numerous that even Primarch memory struggled to conceive the span. Yet their genetic resonance remained unmistakable. Every oath spoken in his name carried a faint pressure through the warp. Every warrior who remembered Rogal Dorn as father, gene-sire, praetorian or exemplar reinforced the same identity. Dorn understood. The hand had become an anchor, not through divinity, not because worship generated strength from nothing. The warp eroded identity because it made thought, memory, and meaning unstable. 10,000 years of remembrance had done the opposite. His severed hand had remained in real space, while thousands upon thousands of his sons associated it with one name, one history, one man. Rogal Dorn. They had defined him, and definitions mattered. He opened his eyes. The hand of defiance flickered once around the stump, golden lines forming and vanishing. "Useful," Dorn said. On Phalanx, Lysander entered the deepest archives. What he found there angered him. Records of Dorn's disappearance contradicted one another with the confidence unique to Imperial history. One transcription claimed the Primarch's body had been recovered. Another referred only to the severed hand. A later copy transformed uncertainty into certainty, and certainty into scripture. Dates differed. Ship names altered. Scribes had annotated earlier accounts with devotional conclusions unsupported by the original text. One ancient, the evidence remained brutally simple. A hand, no body, no confirmed death. He summoned Verastus and Cord to the archive chamber. The chaplain listened while Lysander summarized the findings. Then we announce it, Verastus said. The sons of Dorn must know. No. You would conceal our father's return? There has been no return. You saw him. I saw something. Verastus struck one fist against his breastplate. If Dorn lives, every successor chapter will answer. Yes. That is why they must be told. That is why they must not. Verastus stared at him. Lysander leaned over the archive table. Consider consequences, not desire. Announce that Rogal Dorn lives and crusades begin before evidence exists. Successor chapters alter deployments. Governors redirect fleets. Priests declare prophecy. Worlds riot because they believe a son of the emperor has returned. The ecclesiarchy turns rumor into revelation before we can correct it, and chaos hears everything. Cord's mechanical voice followed. Probability of hostile attention would become extreme. Verastus looked from one to the other. You speak as though hope is contamination. Uncontrolled hope is. The chaplain said nothing after that. Dorn continued testing the anchor. Every ritual created a disturbance, every battle oath, every invocation of his name. Most were faint enough to resemble rain-striking fortress stone. Some were stronger. He heard voices speak of the emperor. At first, nothing seemed unusual. Then the words became clear. God Emperor, Divine Master of Mankind, Holy Throne. Dorn froze. More voices came. Billions, trillions perhaps. Prayers poured through the warp like an ocean of human need. Men begged the Emperor for mercy before execution. Soldiers screamed his name while dying in trenches. Priests praised him from cathedrals built across worlds Dorn had never known. Entire populations worshipped the Father who had spent the Great Crusade denying godhood. Dorn listened until disgust became something colder. "What have you done?" he whispered. No answer came. He realized then that escape, if possible, would not be return. The Imperium he remembered was gone. The revelation had barely settled when the last wall shook. Not from artillery, from pressure. Every tower groaned. Trenches split. Void shields flared white. Men fell from battlements as gravity lurched. Dorn turned toward the horizon and saw Cadia's shadow become enormous. Black pylons stood against a storm. Beyond them opened an eye. On phalanx, alarms screamed inside the reliquary. Lysander entered at a run with Cord behind him. The stasis display was filling with impossible data. Then a crack appeared across the readout. Not the crystal, the image itself. A black line split the chronometric field from edge to edge. Lysander looked at the hand. Far away, Rogal Dorn looked toward Cadia. Father and son did not see one another. They understood the same thing. Something was coming. Rogal Dorn understood the truth only when the last wall began to groan in sympathy with a world he had never set foot upon. The sound came through stone that had never existed in real space, through adamantine salvaged from vessels lost across 10,000 contradictory years, through trenches whose soil had been named, measured and defended, until the warp grudgingly accepted that they were trenches and nothing else. It was not the noise of masonry under artillery. Dorn knew that language intimately. This was deeper. Pressure moved through the foundations, as though something beyond the fortress were leaning against reality itself. He stood upon the highest surviving observation bastion and watched the immaterium churn beyond the defensive perimeter, crimson storms folding around black vortices, distances contracting and expanding with each pulse from the unseen wound beyond them. Through the anchor of his severed hand, through the accumulated certainty of his sons in real space, and through the great unstable current he had spent subjective ages resisting, the pattern finally resolved. The last wall was not merely a fortress adrift within the Sea of Souls. It occupied one of the metaphysical channels through which the pressure of the Eye of Terror ground against the material universe. The Cadian Gate existed on the other side of the veil. Its pylons, its fortress world, its fleets and armies were the physical lock. The last wall had become an unseen brace, driven against that lock from within the warp. Dorn had built it without knowing the shape of the greater structure, and for ages beyond reliable measurement, he had been reinforcing a fault line in creation from the wrong side. He felt no awe. Awe did not alter the tactical situation. He descended from the battlement and began issuing orders before the revelation had finished settling through his mind. Every remaining formation was recalled, counted, and reorganized. Regiments raised on worlds that no longer existed stood beside men born aboard transport decks that had never returned to real space. Naval armsmen who remembered the Imperium of the Scouring drilled next to guardsmen who spoke of saints and crusades separated from Dorn by centuries. Astartes from chapters unknown to him took positions beside warriors wearing the heraldry of legions he remembered before the Codex Astartes had divided them. Some formations contained only a company where once there had been a regiment. Others had been rebuilt so many times that their current soldiers shared no blood, homeworld or century, with the men whose names remained upon their standards.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
Dorn did not attempt to restore what time had broken. He reorganized function. Infantry became line holders. Naval personnel became ammunition crews and heavy weapon teams. Astartes became counter-assault reserves, breach killers and anchors around which mortal formations could recover. Engine seers and shipwrights were assigned to reactor vaults, void shield relays, artillery batteries, and demolition circuits. Men incapable of fighting were sent to carry shells, drag the wounded, reinforce barricades, and burn the dead. There were not enough of them to conquer a city in real space. There were not enough to replace one properly supplied Imperial Army group. Together, Dorn decided, they were enough to man a wall. The enemy gathering beyond that wall made the word army seem inadequate. Millions became tens of millions before the defenders finished counting the first visible masses. Blood letters formed red tides that stretched from one warped horizon to another. Plague hosts advanced beneath clouds of flies, thick enough to darken the sky. Shrieking things of impossible color rolled and capered between them, changing form whenever mortal eyes tried to focus. Mortal cultists marched in columns so deep that their rear ranks disappeared into the storm, dragged from 1,000 worlds and 1,000 different eras, some wearing rusted flak armor, others naked except for ritual scars, others fused into chain gangs by barbed wire pushed through muscle and bone. Between them advanced traitor Astartes, in warbands carrying the colors of the old legions and newer betrayals alike. Black legionnaires strode beneath the eye of Horus. Word-bearers came surrounded by chanting masses of the possessed. Iron warriors brought siege guns grown together with demon flesh, their barrels vomiting steam and half-formed faces. Above them drifted corrupted warships that had ceased pretending to obey orbital mechanics, ancient cruisers hanging sideways in the crimson void, hulls split open into fanged wounds. Their gun decks fired broadsides downward through the storms. Macro shells fell from impossible angles and struck the last wall with enough force to turn bastions into airborne mountains of stone and bodies. Dorn had no intention of defending the fortress as the enemy expected. The outer third of the last wall had already been condemned before the first demon crossed its approaches. Entire districts were emptied under orders that baffled men who had spent generations reinforcing them. Ammunition vaults were rigged with naval demolition charges. Bridges received structural cuts, hidden beneath armor plate. Captured demon engines were chained beneath roadways and fitted with explosive collars around their cores. Fuel reservoirs were deliberately left half full. Artillery positions were abandoned with broken guns, visible from the enemy approaches, while functional weapons were dragged into concealed secondary emplacements. A young colonel of the Arcan 9th asked why they were yielding ground constructed with centuries of blood. Dorn showed him the map. Because they expect us to value it. The colonel looked over the layered red markings, identifying the sectors scheduled for destruction. And we do not? We value what the ground can purchase. Nothing in Dorn's tone suggested the loss was easy. Nothing suggested the distinction mattered. Chaos entered the outer districts, believing it had broken them. Cultist hordes flooded abandoned trenches, stumbling across corpses deliberately left unburned to strengthen the illusion of rout. Traitor Astartes occupied firing points without resistance. Demon engines crawled beneath deserted towers, while warlords raised banners upon captured walls. Then Dorn closed the trap. Demolition circuits fired in sequence. Magazine vaults went first, erupting beneath entire plazas and throwing burning stone kilometers into the air. Bridges collapsed under armored columns, dropping tanks, traitor warriors, and screaming demons into chasms seeded with plasma charges. Roads split open when chained demon engines detonated beneath them, their warp-swollen cores releasing blasts that consumed their own allies in sheets of black flame. Outer towers toppled inward, not outward, burying advancing formations beneath millions of tons of ferrocrete, armor, and wreckage. The bombardment began before the dust settled. Macro cannon embedded in the second wall fired at ranges measured by pre-marked coordinates. Their shells crossed the battlefield with the sound of atmospheric thunder and burst among demon concentrations in eruptions of incandescent pressure. Whole companies of cultists ceased to exist. Bloodletters became fountains of red vapor and burning fragments. One shell struck a formation of traitor Astartes, advancing through the ruins, and opened a crater large enough to swallow a hab block. Dorn watched the enemy surge around it and adjusted the next firing pattern by 3 degrees. The slaughter became industrial because sentiment had no place in the mathematics of siege. Heavy bolters hammered from fortified galleries, their mass reactive rounds entering human torsos and bursting inside them, hurling ribs, lungs, and torn strips of intestine across the men behind. Lascanon beams punched through greater demons in brilliant lines of white heat, burning tunnels through flesh that tried and failed to close beneath Dorn's stabilizing influence. Demolisher cannon fired into towers deliberately weakened during evacuation. The structures collapsed onto Emperor's children and word-bearers fighting through the streets below, crushing ceramite, flesh and demon bodies into a slurry beneath stone. Autocannons stitched across the flanks of advancing war machines. Mortars fired until barrels glowed. Guardsmen changed lasgun power packs, with hands slippery from the blood of men beside them. Medici orderlies worked behind the lines with bone saws and cautery irons, while artillery dust fell from ceilings. Dorn directed it from an exposed observation platform because the war could not be understood from beneath armor and rock. His sons demanded that he descend when the corrupted void ships began targeting the bastion. He refused. The point was not courage. He needed to see where reality failed before the instruments detected it. The breach began in Defense Zone Corvus as laughter. At first it spread through Vox channels in brief bursts. Men under heavy fire sometimes laughed. Shock produced strange responses. Then the laughter continued after communications discipline was ordered. Dorn watched reports arrive from field officers. Guardsmen had begun removing their gloves because they claimed the sensation of hot weapon casings against bare skin improved accuracy. Others cut their palms before reloading. A platoon refused Medici treatment after a demonette attack and returned to the line with wounds left open. Within minutes, self-mutilation became ritual. Men pressed faces against heated gun barrels. Artillery crews carved range tables into their own arms and screamed with pleasure when recoil shattered fingers. One captain ordered his soldiers to stab him between every firing cycle because he claimed the pain allowed him to hear the Emperor. The Slaaneshi manifestation did not require demons to cross the walls. Desire itself had become the breach. "Seal Corvus," Dorn ordered. General Marden Kest, commander of the Inner Infantry Reserves, stared at the tactical display. There are 12,000 men in that zone. Yes, not all are compromised. No, Kest's eyes moved across the internal gates, already closing on the map. We can extract the Western battalions. Their reports remain coherent. Coherent speech is not proof of purity. My lord, we have fought beside some of those men for 40 years. Dorn turned toward him. The contamination rate has doubled twice in 6 minutes. Extraction requires opening 3 gates and passing every survivor through 2 uncontaminated sectors. Calculate the result. Kest said nothing. Dorn pointed to the plasma reactor symbols beneath Corvus. Vent the primary coolant. Override the containment safeties. Ignite the reactor galleries. The general's face became grey. Some of them are loyal. Yes. Some may still be untouched. Yes. And we burn them with the rest. Dorn's gaze remained on the map. Present an alternative preserving more lives. Kest opened his mouth. No answer came. The gates remained closed. When the reactors were breached, Defense Zone Corvus turned white. Men nearest the plasma galleries became silhouettes for less than a heartbeat, before flesh, armor, and bone converted to incandescent gas. Those farther away burned more slowly. Skin split and blackened, eyes boiled, lungs cooked inside chests, while thousands hammered against sealed adamantium doors with rifle stocks, bayonets, and bare hands. Vox channels filled with prayers, curses, laughter, and screams. Dorn ordered the channels muted only when they began affecting soldiers outside the contaminated sector. Corvus burned until even the demons within it lost cohesion. There would be no burial. There would be no bodies. The central wall broke an hour later. The bloodthirster emerged through a storm of burning brass, where a gatehouse had stood. It was enormous, even by the standards of its kind, its wings spanning wider than the breach, its armor covered in skulls fused to metal by dried blood. A great axe filled both hands, its edge trailing fire. Every mortal within sight felt rage surge through his bloodstream. Some guardsmen fired too early. Others screamed challenges at the creature and ran from cover before sergeants shot them down. The bloodthirster struck the remains of the gate and sent blocks the size of tanks spinning through the air. Dorn stepped into the breach alone. The demon saw him and roared. Dorn waited. It charged. The axe descended with enough force to rupture a bunker. Golden geometry erupted from Dorn's missing wrist. The hand of defiance formed in layers of radiant planes, battlements and lines of light, folding over one another until an armored fist, larger than a mortal man, caught the demon weapon in mid-descent. The impact shattered the ground beneath Dorn's boots. The bloodthirster leaned forward, furnace breath pouring between fangs, muscles knotting beneath red hide as it tried to force the axe lower. Dorn did not contest its strength directly. He shifted one step. The demon's own momentum carried it sideways. Dorn seized the axe shaft with the spectral hand, turned, and dragged the bloodthirster through the breach. The trench beyond had been prepared hours before. Null field machinery scavenged from wrecked vessels lined the trench walls, crude, unstable devices whose operators had been told they might die merely by activating them. They activated them anyway. The bloodthirster entered the field and convulsed as the immaterium around it hardened. Its wings faltered. Its immense body suddenly possessed weight in a realm where weight had always been negotiable. "Fire," Dorn said. The trench became light. Lascanon batteries struck first, burning through the demon's chest and shoulders. Heavy bolters followed, hundreds of mass-reactive shells detonating across its torso. Plasma guns fired until coils ruptured. An autocannon shell tore through one eye. The bloodthirster swung blindly, cutting 3 gun crews in half and spraying the trench walls with limbs and blood. Dorn advanced through the fire. The demon raised its axe. The hand of defiance closed around its wrist and crushed. Bone broke like artillery timber. Dorn drove his physical fist into the creature's face. The first blow shattered fangs. The second collapsed its jaw. The third drove the broken skull backward into the null field generator behind it. The machine exploded. The bloodthirster came apart in a storm of brass, black blood, and fire. Men cheered until Dorn looked toward the horizon. Then they understood victory had changed nothing. The enemy pressure was increasing. More demons advanced where the destroyed host had stood. More corrupted ships appeared overhead. The warp itself strained against the last wall, and Dorn finally saw what the battle truly was. Chaos was not trying to conquer his fortress. It was testing a structure already failing somewhere else. Visions struck him between artillery impacts. A black armored figure beneath the eye of Horus. Abaddon. Dorn knew the face even after millennia of corruption had altered it. He saw Blackstone fortresses. He saw a world surrounded by fleets. He saw Cadian pylons blazing with forces older than mankind. He saw Imperial soldiers fighting across broken fortress lines beneath a sky filled with fire. Then the planet itself seemed to scream. Dorn reached instinctively toward the vision. Nothing happened. He could hold his wall. He could not reach theirs. For all the ages he had spent defending the hidden side of the Cadian gate, the physical lock remained beyond his grasp, and something in real space was breaking it. That helplessness enraged him more deeply than any daemon ever had. Dorn turned away from the visions. "Commanders to the central bastion," he ordered. They came wounded, exhausted and filthy. Guardsmen, naval officers, Astartes, men born thousands of years apart, standing shoulder to shoulder beneath the same cracked stone ceiling. Dorn looked at them and saw no need for inspiration. Terminal defense protocol is now in effect. No one spoke. Outer reserves are released. Ammunition rationing ends. All surviving demolition charges are to be transferred to structural points already marked. Medical stations will cease treatment of wounds incompatible with immediate return to combat. Every weapon will remain in service until ammunition exhaustion or destruction. Every position will prepare for isolation. An Astartes captain asked, "Relief?" Dorn looked at him. The warrior lowered his head once. Understood. Outside, the entire horizon moved. Demons advanced in numbers that erased the distinction between army and landscape. Corrupted warships descended through storms. Titans strode between tides of flesh. The last wall shook beneath their approach. Dorn walked back to the battlement. His remaining hand rested upon the stone. The hand of defiance flickered around the missing one. "If this wall must die," he said, "it will choose the manner of its death." Cadia did not die like a world. Rogal Dorn had watched worlds die before. He had seen crusts split under orbital bombardment, oceans flash to steam beneath cyclonic fire, and atmospheres burn away while cities became molten scars visible from orbit. Those were physical deaths, obedient in the final instant to mass, heat, and force. What came through the warp from Cadia was different. The first warning was silence. Every gun of the last wall continued firing. Every macro cannon shook kilometers of battlement. Every heavy bolter hammered into advancing demon tides. Yet Dorn stopped hearing them because the immaterium itself seemed to inhale. The black pylons he had glimpsed through fractured visions became towering shadows beyond the horizon. Their presence had always felt like nails driven through unreality into the material universe, forcing the warp back from a narrow region of stars. Then one shadow went dark. Another followed. Distance screamed. Paths Dorn had maintained for centuries twisted simultaneously, not one defensive line failing after another, but every definition within the fortress being challenged in the same instant. A trench became a vertical canyon filled with burning stars. A gun tower lengthened until its summit disappeared into clouds made from the memories of dead soldiers. A supply road turned inward upon itself and deposited fleeing men where they had begun. Dorn felt the last wall losing physical meaning faster than he could reinforce it, and through the severed hand anchor, he sensed something unimaginably distant strike the Cadian region with enough force to make reality recoil. The fortress lurched. Hundreds of kilometers of walls moved without crossing the ground between their old positions and their new ones. Men were cut in half when bulkheads ceased existing through their bodies. A column of guardsmen vanished from the eastern ramparts and reappeared overhead, falling through a sky in which terror burned below them instead of ground. They screamed for only seconds before the warp took their bodies apart, uniforms and flesh unwinding into ribbons of red light. Demons died with them. A horde of bloodletters charging through the breach became suddenly subject to 3 contradictory directions of gravity and exploded across one another in a storm of snapping limbs, horns, and black blood. Plague creatures swelled until their bodies burst, spraying diseased organs across stone that transformed to crystal before the filth landed. For every demon destroyed, more arrived. Rents opened where no gates existed. Clawed hands reached through memories. Screaming faces pushed out of shadows. Entire companies of traitor Astartes materialized in firing pits behind the defenders, bolters already firing. Dorn saw one Imperial gun crew turned into a heap of armor and meat before its sergeant managed to rotate the weapon. The sergeant fired anyway, heavy shells ripping through traitor Ceramite at arm's reach until a chain axe split him from shoulder to pelvis and left his intestines steaming across the ammunition feed. Then the pressure arrived. The Great Rift was not visible to Dorn as the later Imperium would see it, a scar of unreality spanning the galaxy. From within the Immaterium, it came as an ocean released after 10,000 years behind a failing dam. The force struck the last wall from everywhere at once. 1 million demonic forms vanished beneath it, as though erased by a greater hunger. Entire battlements folded flat. Towers built from ship armor, and the carcasses of demon engines were torn from their foundations and hurled into directions that did not exist. The central void shields flared so brightly that mortals caught outside bunkers burst into flame merely from reflected energy. Dorn remained standing because the stone beneath him remembered that it was ground. The hand of defiance flickered into existence around his missing arm and vanished again as competing failures demanded his attention. He understood the strategic truth before most of his commanders understood that the fortress had been struck. The last wall could not survive this. The question was no longer how to preserve it. The question was how to spend its death. General Kest abandoned the outer eastern sectors, all formations to the 3rd internal line. Dorn's voice cut across the command network, while alarms, screams, and static filled every other channel. Marshal Corvin, detach your Astartes from the western breach and reinforce Gate Varro. Naval batteries are to cease area fire and engage only marked concentrations. Engineer corps, prepare collapse pattern Gorgon. Silence followed the final order. Master Engineer Halvek answered from somewhere below the command bastion, his voice broken by interference. My lord, Gorgon destroys the outer third of the fortress. Dorn watched the tactical display lose whole sections faster than its machine spirits could redraw them. The outer third is already lost. Halvek hesitated. There are formations still inside it. I know. Dorn magnified the remaining stable paths. The last wall had accumulated pressure for ages by resisting the warp. If abandoned intact, that pressure would release along the established routes toward real space. Several pathways now led directly toward populated Imperial systems, whose names Dorn knew only from the half-coherent reports of later arrivals. Billions lived there, perhaps more. The men trapped in the outer fortress numbered less than 200,000. The arithmetic was obscene and uncomplicated. Execute Gorgon by sectors. We collapse the fortress inward and force the current away from the real space channels. The first demolition killed 17,000 loyal soldiers. Dorn gave the command personally. Detonate Sector Marcellus. A distant line of the fortress became white. Void ship reactors buried beneath the foundations overloaded by design. Armor plate kilometers thick, split apart. The blast consumed 3 demon hosts and every defender unable to reach the withdrawal gates. Dorn knew the regiments inside. He had carved some of their names himself after previous battles. The remnants of the Belisar 9th died there. So did the last companies of the Tarsus armored cohort, their tanks firing into demon swarms until the light took them. A Vox transmission survived long enough for Dorn to hear Colonel Ferran Belisar shouting firing coordinates, while men behind him screamed prayers. The transmission cut off in the middle of his own name. Dorn closed the channel only after it died. Detonate Sector Hadron. Another portion of the last wall ceased to exist. Detonate Battery Helios. A macro cannon emplacement became a sun. Collapse the western viaduct. Thousands of men were still crossing it. The bridge broke beneath them. Some fell into the abyss. Others vanished in the detonation. Dorn remembered the names of their commanders and the designations of their units. Memory was the only burial he could give them. General Kest stood beside him in the command bastion, with blood running from one ear, where the pressure had ruptured the vessels inside his skull. There are still men in the 14th Redoubt. Dorn did not look away from the tactical display. 3,609. Kest stared at him. You know the number? Yes. Then wait another minute. We do not possess another minute. The old general's expression twisted. Dorn had seen that look before across 1,000 campaigns. It was not cowardice. It was the natural hatred a soldier could feel toward the commander, who understood exactly what he was sacrificing. Kest's voice dropped. They have served you for generations. Yes. Their grandfathers died on those walls. Yes. And you will kill them. Dorn turned at last. I will prevent their deaths from being wasted. He brought up the real space projections, ghostly stars trembling beneath red warp pressure. If that sector remains open, the current reaches these systems. Choose. Kest looked at the worlds. His anger remained, but his argument died. Dorn gave the order. The 14th Redoubt disappeared. The warp pushed harder. Reality peeled from the inner walls in sheets of color. Men were dragged upward by hands growing from empty air. Others saw dead family members standing beyond the barricades and walked smiling into demon fire. Dorn moved through the collapsing fortress with the surviving reserves, his presence creating a narrow region where the world remained brutally physical. Gravity returned around him. Bolter rounds flew straight. Demons were forced to run rather than simply appearing behind their prey. That stability made him a beacon. Thousands converged. He killed with his remaining hand, with broken weapons, with stone torn from the fortifications, when nothing else remained. An Emperor's Children champion lunged from a breach, armor screaming with sonic distortion, and Dorn caught him by the gorget. The traitor drove a blade through Dorn's side before the Primarch crushed his skull into the breastplate. Blood and brain matter burst through the eye lenses. Dorn threw the corpse into two approaching legionaries and broke them beneath it. A plague beast struck him with a limb swollen like a tree trunk. Dorn staggered one pace, seized the limb, and tore until rotten muscle came away in ropes. The creature shrieked. Dorn drove the exposed bone through its own throat. At Gate Varro, the controlled collapse became a rout. Tens of thousands of defenders were attempting to reach the final internal fortress, while the world behind them dissolved. Men ran across bridges that shortened under their feet. Tanks fired backward as demons climbed over burning wrecks. Astartes stood in small groups among them, bolters roaring, every warrior acting as a fortress unto himself. The gate was designed to admit an army. Even so, the retreat was too large. Dorn saw the pressure behind them and understood that thousands would die before reaching safety. He raised the missing arm. The hand of defiance came like a fortress being born. Golden lines erupted from the stump and extended far beyond the shape of a limb. They became planes, crenellations, buttresses, and intersecting geometries that unfolded around Dorn in impossible scale. For the first time, the manifestation no longer resembled merely a spectral replacement hand. It resembled an entire section of fortification moving with him, the suggestion of walls and towers contained inside the outline of an arm. Mathematical sigils burned across its surfaces. The golden fist opened toward the breach. Dorn commanded it to hold. Reality stopped. The collapsing sky struck the unseen structure and broke around it. Demons attempting to manifest inside the retreat route slammed against invisible boundaries and became flesh enough to bleed. The river of soldiers continued through the gate. Dorn stood at its center with the hand of defiance extended, every nerve in his body burning. His armor split along old scars. Blood ran freely from the stump beneath the light. One guardsman stumbled beside him, half his face missing, teeth visible through a wound from cheek to jaw. He looked up at the Primarch and tried to kneel. Dorn seized him by the webbing and shoved him toward the gate. "Move!" The man moved. On phalanx, the severed hand began to bleed. Darnath Lysander watched the first red droplet form beneath the ancient wrist and refused to believe his own eyes until the second followed it. The blood should not have existed. The tissue had been severed for millennia. Stasis had preserved it beyond decay, not restored life to it. Yet crimson gathered upon the relic's dead skin and floated inside the containment field in perfect spheres. Master of the Forge Cord emitted a burst of machine code so rapid that Lysander's helm translated only fragments. Metabolic activity, temporal inversion, impossible tissue response. Chaplain Verastus took one step forward. "He suffers." Lysander's gaze remained fixed on the relic. "We do not know that. You saw him. I saw an image." Before Verastus could answer, every lumen in the reliquary died. The scream from the astropathic sanctums reached them through 3 decks of armor. Phalanx shuddered, as though struck by a void weapon. Psychic wards ignited along corridors. Servitors collapsed. Chapter serfs dropped to their knees, clutching bleeding noses and eyes. Lysander opened the command channel. "Report." Static answered first, then an astropath, voice shaking so badly that individual words broke apart. "Captain, there is something within the storm." "Demon?" "No." The answer came too quickly. "Not as we know them. It is fixed." The astropath gasped. Somewhere behind him, men were screaming. "Everything else moves. Everything else changes. This does not. It is like a fortress seen through an ocean. Something is holding it." Lysander looked at the bleeding hand. "Location." The astropath laughed once, a terrified, involuntary sound. "There is no location. The sky has split." Within the last wall, Dorn felt the final internal gate begin to fail. Less than 4,000 mortal defenders remained outside it. Marshal Corvin and 7 Astartes were with them. "Withdraw," Dorn ordered over the vox. Corvin answered while firing. "Negative." Dorn almost corrected him out of instinct. The Astartes continued. "Gate closure requires manual locking from this side. Remote systems are gone." Dorn knew. Corvin knew that Dorn knew. For several seconds, neither spoke. Then the Marshal said, "How long?" Dorn studied the current. 90 seconds. Then we will purchase 90. The final defenders formed around the gate controls. Guardsmen knelt behind overturned vehicles. Naval armsmen mounted heavy weapons directly upon ammunition crates. The remaining Astartes stood before them. Demons came down the avenue in a mass of claws, wings, and brass. The defenders fired. Dorn watched through failing Auspex feeds. At 30 seconds, the first defensive line disappeared beneath the enemy. At 50, both heavy bolters went silent. At 60, Corvin lost an arm and continued fighting with a chainsword in the other. At 70, the vox filled with screaming. At 80, someone began reciting the litany of endurance. At 87, Corvin reached the gate mechanism. At 89, he drove the locking lever home. At 90, the gate sealed. The warp current struck the closed structure and diverted. Far away in real space, a chain of inhabited systems remained untouched. No bells rang for the defenders. No historians recorded them. No one on those worlds ever learned how close unreality had come. The last wall began to die. Dorn felt each failure as though it occurred inside his own bones. Towers collapsed, trenches vanished, walls that had resisted centuries of demons became memories. He might have mourned the destruction once. The younger warrior who fortified Terra had believed failure of a wall was failure of the defender. He no longer believed that. A wall was not built to live forever. It was built to hold until what stood behind it no longer required the same protection. The last wall had held. That was enough. "Release the final anchors," Dorn ordered. The remaining engineers obeyed. The fortress came apart. Golden geometry flared across Dorn's armor as the structures he had imposed upon the Immaterium dissolved one after another. The ground beneath him broke into fragments. The final battlement drifted away. The red horizon turned black. Pressure seized the ruins and hurled them into the newborn currents of the Great Rift. Dorn fell. For the first time since the Sword of Sacrilege, he had no ground beneath his feet and did not attempt to create any. He allowed the current to take him. The warp became speed without distance. Dead worlds flashed past him. Battles fought centuries apart existed side by side. He saw men born and die between heartbeats. He saw terror as it had been, as it was, and as it might become. Demons pursued him and were torn apart by the current. Golden light formed around his stump, vanished, and returned. Dorn searched not for walls now, but for orientation. Then he saw it, a light, weak, distant, impossible to mistake. The Astronomicon. For subjective ages there had been nothing. Now the psychic beacon burned through the storm, damaged and surrounded by darkness but real. Terror existed. The Emperor existed. Mankind endured. Dorn forced himself toward the light. The warp resisted him. He moved anyway. Then another signal struck him from the side. Not the relic. A mind. A warrior. For one heartbeat Dorn saw through unfamiliar eyes. Black armor. A white tabard soaked in blood. A sword raised before a sky poisoned by demonic fire. The warrior was an Astartes, but Dorn recognized the gene line before he recognized the heraldry. His blood. One of his sons, altered across generations into something Dorn had never seen. The warrior stared into a sea of demons and saw, impossibly, Rogal Dorn standing among them. The connection opened both ways. Dorn saw himself through the warrior's vision. Then the world changed. Perfume, screaming metal, purple and gold, laughter, beautiful, cruel, familiar. Dorn stopped moving. The laugh came again from somewhere beyond the vision, rich with amusement and monstrous recognition. Fulgrim. Dorn knew his brother immediately. The warp carried the laughter away. Dorn turned toward where it had been. For the first time since Cadia broke, the Praetorian's expression changed. Not hope, not grief, recognition and purpose. Johannes Berengar had been taught from the moment the black plate closed around him that faith was not comfort. Faith was a weapon. Comfort was for the weak, for the penitent, for those who imagined the Emperor existed to make suffering meaningful. The Black Templars had inherited no such softness. They existed to carry wrath into the dark and to make mankind's enemies understand that 10,000 years of war had not diminished the hatred of Dorn's blood. Berengar understood this as he stood beneath the poisoned heavens of Crucible, with his chains ward grinding through the abdomen of an Emperor's children warrior. The traitor's armor was a riot of violet and tortured gold, its plates decorated with scraps of skin lacquered into devotional patterns, its helm sculpted into the grinning face of something that had once been beautiful. Berengar drove the roaring blade deeper. Monomolecular teeth caught on ceramite, tore through fiber bundles, and finally entered the wet machinery of the traitor's body. The son of Fulgrim laughed, even as his intestines spilled across Berengar's greave. He reached for the Templar's helm, with fingers tipped in silver claws. Berengar head-butted him hard enough to collapse the traitor's faceplate, wrenched the chainsword free, and brought it down through the neck. The head came away in a burst of arterial blood and black interface fluid. Berengar kicked the corpse aside. "No pity," he growled through his helm grill. "No remorse, no fear." Crucible screamed around him. Sonic fire rolled across the battlefield in waves that could be felt through armor before they could be heard. Blastmasters discharged with the violence of artillery pieces, their weaponized harmonics rupturing ferrocrete, liquefying organs, and turning exposed mortals into twitching sacks of skin filled with blood. A Black Templar 5 paces from Berengar took the edge of one such wave. His breastplate remained intact for a fraction of a second, while everything beneath it failed. Blood erupted from his mouth grill, eye lenses, and armor seals. His secondary heart burst, lungs collapsed. The warrior fell to one knee and still fired his bolter until a second harmonic pulse shattered his helm and expelled grey matter through the broken lenses. Berengar advanced over him without slowing. There was no time to mourn. The dead had reached the Emperor. The living still had work. The Emperor's children came in fractured brilliance. They had none of the ordered mass their legion must once have possessed. Berengar saw vanity where formation should have been, rivalry where discipline belonged. Champions accelerated ahead of supporting units because another warrior had claimed a kill they coveted. Infractors hurled themselves into melee with weapons raised in theatrical challenge. Tormentors advanced with greater restraint, bolters firing into Imperial positions while sonic weapons screamed from behind them. Flawless blades hunted men whose heraldry or bearing suggested status, ignoring lesser targets to pursue some private measure of martial perfection. Every kill became competition. Every wound became sensation. Yet the disorder did not make them harmless. It made them unpredictable. They fought like an army composed of individual predators, each desperate to prove to his brothers and his father that his particular form of degradation was superior. Berengar had killed 3 before the vision took him. It came without warning and without permission. The battlefield vanished. He stood before a wall beneath a sky the color of coagulated blood. For one heartbeat, Berengar believed himself dead. Then he saw the demons. They filled the horizon in numbers beyond campaign mathematics. Brass giants moved among seas of lesser forms. Winged horrors spiraled through storm clouds. Things with too many limbs crawled across fortifications, built from broken ships and black stone. Guns larger than hive towers fired from battlements that stretched beyond sight. Fire washed across the battlefield in continental sheets. In the center of it stood a figure whose shape Berengar knew before his mind accepted what his eyes were telling him. One hand. Golden armor burned black by ages of war. A face older than any icon. Rogal Dorn. Berengar dropped to one knee. Father. The word left him before discipline could stop it. The Primarch turned. For the first time in the vision, Berengar felt something looking back. Dorn had been moving toward the Astronomicon when the connection struck him. The current opened around him, narrow and unstable, every direction collapsing into colors that carried memories instead of light. Then another mind touched his own. Not a psyker in the conventional sense, not a sorcerer, not a navigator, a warrior whose conviction had become sharp enough to cut briefly through the turmoil of the Great Rift. Dorn saw black armor, a white tabard, the chained cross of a warrior cult descended from his own sons. He tasted fanaticism so absolute that it approached architecture. The Astartes was looking at him. Dorn understood immediately. The warrior's vision was not merely showing him to the Astartes. It was producing a temporary bridge. Identity reinforced identity. The Black Templar believed he was seeing Rogal Dorn with such certainty that inside the warp, belief acquired direction. Dorn moved toward him. The connection stretched. For one instant, he saw Crucible. The world appeared around him in fragments, ruined fortifications, Black Templars fighting beneath demonic skies, Emperor's children advancing through walls of sonic distortion, human bodies split open by weapons that shattered organs without visibly piercing flesh, a traitor warrior lifting a dying Imperial soldier by the spine while others laughed. The air tasted of blood, burned stone, perfume, and electrical discharge. Dorn reached farther. The bridge tore. He felt the warrior recoil. "No," Dorn said. He pushed harder. The immaterium convulsed between them. Crucible remained unreachable. The frustration that followed was not despair. It was anger with an objective, and therefore dangerous. For subjective ages, Dorn had remained where duty required him. He had watched generations die because the last wall had needed defenders. He had refused escape, while the Cadian pressure routes remained unstable, because abandonment would have condemned worlds he could not see. Now, after all that time, one of his sons had appeared before him, alive, fighting, close enough that Dorn could see bolt impacts upon his armor. And still, the warp denied him. Dorn drove the hand of defiance into the current. Golden planes formed around his missing wrist, forcing the surrounding unreality into straight lines. For an instant, the passage stabilized. The Black Templar looked directly into his eyes. Then something else noticed. Fulgrim had been listening to screams when the world became rigid. The change offended him before he understood it. Crucible had become a composition of sensation. Every battlefield, another instrument in a symphony no mortal audience possessed the refinement to appreciate. Sonic weapons shattered bodies into percussion. Bolter fire provided rhythm. Engines roared. Men prayed. Men begged. Men died believing pain somehow preserved virtue. Fulgrim could taste their hatred as easily as perfume. The Black Templars were particularly exquisite in that regard. They despised with such purity. Even their suffering was disciplined. Then, for one heartbeat, everything stopped flowing. A streamer of blood thrown from a severed throat curved through the air. It should have drifted according to Fulgrim's presence, lengthening beautifully, hanging where gravity had no authority. Instead it fell, straight down. Fulgrim's smile faded. A broken masonry block that had been floating above the battlefield struck the ground. Noise flattened. Distance became distance. The effect lasted less than a breath. Fulgrim raised his head. Something had looked through the world, not chaos. The realization produced an emotion he had almost forgotten how to enjoy: uncertainty. Around him, his sons competed for attention. One lord in screaming plate dragged an imperial officer's torso across the ground as an offering. Another had impaled 3 Black Templars upon a length of structural metal and demanded that his brothers admire the symmetry. Noise Marines fired simply because the resulting vibrations pleased them. None understood that their father's attention had moved elsewhere. Fulgrim extended his perception toward the disturbance. He found certainty. Not psychic brilliance in the manner of Magnus. Not the predatory shadow he associated with Korax. Not the furnace aggression of Angron. This was pressure without movement. A boundary. A refusal. Something in Fulgrim's memory recoiled before his intellect found the name. The feeling vanished. His smile returned more slowly. "Interesting," he whispered. Berengar returned to his own body, with his chainsword still running. A traitor legionary was almost upon him. The Emperor's children warrior swung a curved power blade toward Berengar's throat. The Templar caught the strike upon his vambrace, armor splitting beneath the energy field, and drove his forehead into the traitor's helm. Bone broke beneath ceramite. Berengar rammed the chainsword upward into the enemy's groin and held the trigger down. Teeth screamed through armor, pelvis and abdominal organs. Blood sheeted over his gauntlets. The traitor spasmed. Berengar shoved him off the blade. He knew what he had seen. Others might have called it witchery. Berengar knew better. "Dorn lives," he said. Brother Castellan Garin, firing beside him, turned. "What?" "Our father." A sonic burst struck the barricade. The world became violence. Ferrocrete exploded inward. Garen disappeared beneath fragments large enough to pulp ordinary men. Berengar was hurled onto his back. His auto-senses shrieked. One eye lens went black. He pushed himself upright and found a shard of masonry embedded through his thigh plate. He broke it off. His vision remained. Dawn. A sea of demons. A bridge. Whether it was prophecy, command, or warning did not matter yet. The Emperor had shown him enough to act. Far within the immaterium, Dawn felt Crucible through the residual connection. Not clearly. Never enough. He felt the Black Templar's determination. Then pain. Sonic weapons struck again. Dawn saw men die through 1,000 fractured impressions. A Black Templar lost both arms to a Blastmaster discharge and continued advancing until another traitor cut his head from his shoulders. An Emperor's Children champion fought not to seize territory, but to prove himself against the most dangerous opponent nearby. He abandoned a tactical objective because another warrior received praise. Dawn recognized the weakness instantly and hated that he could not exploit it. The enemy lacked cohesion. Their vanity was a fault line. Their father would be the center. Dawn reached again. Nothing. He struck the current with the hand of defiance. Nothing. The connection carried one final thing. Berengar dying. Not slowly, not with rescue approaching. The Black Templar fought because fighting remained possible. Crucible had become a place where every meter of ground cost blood. He advanced through sonic fire with his armor breaking around him, chanting through damaged vox. His chainsword was gone. His bolter was empty. He carried a broken power sword taken from another dead warrior. An Emperor's Children champion met him amid the ruins. The traitor's helm was shaped like an expression of serene contempt. "Another son of Dawn," he said, almost affectionately. "How many must die before your bloodline learns that endurance is merely suffering without imagination?" Berengar spat blood onto the traitor's breastplate. "The Emperor judges." The champion laughed. Berengar attacked. He fought without finesse by the standards of Fulgrim's sons, and without weakness by the standards of his own. The broken blade entered the traitor's side. A return strike opened Berengar's abdomen. His entrails pressed against the torn seals of his armor. He continued fighting. The traitor cut through one knee joint. Berengar fell and drove the broken weapon upward beneath the enemy's gorget. The champion twisted. His blade entered Berengar's chest. It passed through both hearts. Berengar's vision dimmed. For the last instant of his life, the battlefield disappeared again. He saw Dawn, not kneeling, not defeated, standing. That was enough. The connection broke. Rogal Dorn stopped in the warp. He had never known Johannes Berengar's name. Now he did. The name remained. So did the coordinates left behind by the warrior's death. They were not coordinates a navigator could have plotted. They consisted of emotion, memory, genetic resonance, and the psychic wound left by Crucible. Yet compared with the formless immaterium, they were a road. Dawn marked it. Fulgrim felt the warrior die. He also felt the other presence withdraw. This time he understood. Memory returned with exquisite cruelty. Terror, saturnine, the wall, Rogal. For the briefest instant, Fulgrim's expression lost all amusement. He remembered Dawn refusing the performance, refusing the glamour, refusing to become impressed. Dawn had fought him as though Fulgrim were not a demigod transformed by infinite sensation, but merely another obstacle placed before a necessary objective. That had always been the insult. Fulgrim had survived greater wounds than Dawn could inflict. The humiliation had survived with him. His sons saw the change in his face and became silent. One of them dared to speak. "Father?" Fulgrim looked toward him. The warrior immediately lowered his eyes. Then Fulgrim smiled. Fear was such a crude emotion. He had long ago learned to refine crude things. Fear became anticipation. Anticipation became appetite. Appetite became design. If Rogal Dorn lived, killing him would be insufficient. Death was common. Death was ugly. Death ended too quickly. No. Fulgrim wanted his brother to understand. He wanted Dorn to watch certainty fail. He wanted walls to become doors, discipline to become desire, restraint to become need. He wanted the Praetorian broken publicly enough that every son carrying Dorn's blood would feel the fracture. Fulgrim turned from Crucible's ruin. "Gather them." The Emperor's children lords around him looked at one another. They were not accustomed to collective commands. Fulgrim's voice softened. That made it worse. All of them. Far away, Dorn studied the damaged currents leading toward real space. Fulgrim had revealed himself. That was information. Dorn did not indulge hatred. He calculated. Where would an enemy defined by vanity strike? Not the strongest target merely because it was strong. The most meaningful one. A fortress. A symbol. Something whose breaking could be displayed. Dorn examined the possible routes around the Great Rift. Supply lines. Stable passages. Worlds functioning as anchors. Fortress systems near regions where the Emperor's children could mass without immediate annihilation. Possibilities narrowed. The hand of defiance flickered. A current opened. Narrow. Violent. But real space lay beyond it. Dorn entered. Elsewhere, Fulgrim began drawing his scattered sons together, and across the warp, the shrieks of the Emperor's children changed as warbands that had spent centuries pursuing private degradations received the summons of their Primarch. Neither brother knew the exact place where the next wall would rise. Neither required certainty. Both knew the other would come. Fulgrim chose the Heliost Bastion system because it offended him. It was not beautiful. Beauty could be corrupted, inverted, perfected through ruin. Heliost possessed something far more irritating. It was useful. 5 inhabited worlds, 3 fortress moons, and an ancient ring of blackstone stabilization pylons occupied a turbulent region close enough to the Great Rift that the stars themselves appeared bruised. Imperial crusade routes converged there from several directions, feeding men, armor, ammunition, and replacement hulls toward half a dozen wars. The system's principal world, Heliost Secundus, had been transformed over millennia into a continental fortress. Bastion cities connected by armored transit trenches scarred its equatorial landmass. Macro batteries overlooked valleys, deliberately stripped of habitation to create firing grounds. Void shield generators were buried beneath mountains. Defense lasers stood inside cathedral-sized silos. The ancient blackstone structures projected a constraining influence upon nearby warp turbulence, creating narrow passages through which Imperial vessels could translate with greater reliability than the surrounding region permitted. To a governor, Heliost was infrastructure. To a Lord Militant, it was a supply nexus. To Rogal Dorn, Fulgrim suspected, it would be intolerable to lose. That suspicion made the place exquisite. Fulgrim stood within the observation sanctum of the Grand Cruiser Exquisite Agony, while the system rotated beneath him in a sphere of scented light. His sons gathered around the chamber in armor, polished to obscene brilliance. Some wore purple so deep it appeared black. Others had coated their plate in pearlescent flesh tones, mirrored gold or colors that shifted according to the viewer's pulse. Hooks pierced exposed skin. Trophies hung from belts. Speakers and resonator organs had been grafted directly into ceramite. A Lord Exultant knelt before Fulgrim, with both hands spread in ritual submission, while a rival watched with undisguised hatred. Tormentors stood farther back, disciplined by the standards of their legion, bolters held in careful readiness. Infractors crowded the edges of the chamber like chained predators, impatient for close combat. Flawless blades remained isolated from one another, because each believed proximity to another champion diminished him. Noise Marines had not bothered attending. They were already testing frequencies through the hull, and had killed several mortal crew with the resonance. "We could extinguish the orbital platforms from range," said Lord Exultant Valeth, his voice rich with mechanical harmonics. "Then break the pylons and leave the system to drown." Fulgrim rested one hand beneath his chin. How efficient. Valeth smiled, mistaking contempt for approval. Fulgrim's serpent body shifted across the polished deck with a whisper of scales against metal. "Tell me, my son, when you drink wine, do you smash the bottle against your teeth and swallow the glass because opening it takes too long?" Valith's smile died. Another lord laughed. Fulgrim turned toward the sound. The laughter ceased. "No," Fulgrim continued. "Heliost is not to be destroyed from orbit. It is to be opened." "Opened, father?" "Layer by layer." He looked again at the system, and someone must be given time to notice. The invasion began with bodies. Millions of mortal cultists, slaves, indentured crews, mutants and conquered auxiliaries were loaded into assault transports until the ships could barely maintain life support. Some had been drugged into frenzy. Others were chained together so that retreat required dragging the dead. The first waves descended through Imperial fire in such density that orbital defense crews initially believed Auspec's returns were malfunctioning. Landers burst apart before reaching atmosphere. Burning hulls fell in pieces across Heliost Secundus. Thousands died without ever seeing the battlefield. Enough survived. They came down in every desert, industrial basin and fortress approach within reach of the continental defense belts. Imperial artillery began killing them before they were fully deployed. Earthshaker batteries fired from revetments kilometers behind the line. Shells landed among the cultist masses and converted formations into expanding fields of blood, dirt, and limbs. Basilisk squadrons changed targets without pause. Manticore rockets crossed the sky on pillars of smoke and descended into landing zones packed with bodies. One detonation lifted hundreds of screaming men into the air together. Some came down without arms, others landed in pieces. Cultists continued advancing over them because Emperor's children overseers had installed sonic emitters in the transports that filled their skulls with agony whenever forward motion slowed. Behind the mortals came the Legion. Rhinos and land raiders painted in purple and gold rolled through the wreckage. Predators opened fire before clearing their landing ramps. Demon engines crawled from bulk carriers on limbs ending in blades, tongues, and grinding wheels. Noise marine batteries deployed sonic blasters in stepped firing lines while blastmasters were hauled into position behind them. The first concentrated discharge struck an Imperial trench complex west of Bastion Helicon. The trench did not explode. It folded. Ferrocrete cracked along every internal weakness at once. Men inside the revetments clutched their helmets, while organs ruptured within them. Eyes burst. Eardrums tore. One guardsman vomited most of his stomach lining into his respirator and drowned standing upright. Another fell screaming as the bones of his inner ear shattered and fragments penetrated his brain. The second discharge tore the trench open. Emperor's children advanced through the dust. The flawless blades went wherever Imperial resistance was strongest. One champion abandoned his assigned route after seeing a decorated tank commander emerge from a burning command chimera. The Emperor's children warrior crossed 300 meters under fire simply to reach him. Last rounds scorched his armor. An autocannon struck his shoulder and spun him halfway around. He continued. The tank commander fired a plasma pistol into his chest at near contact range. Ceramite melted. The champion laughed. He removed the officer's sword arm at the elbow, then the other, then both legs. He left the man alive on the road because victory without an audience meant less. Heliost answered with the resources of an empire that had been preparing for siege since before most of its current defenders were born. Across the system, billions were mobilized. Hundreds of millions already occupied defensive positions or moved toward them in armored trains, stretching from horizon to horizon. Hive foundries changed production quotas from civilian equipment to artillery shells. Entire manufacturing districts were emptied so reserve regiments could use them as fortified staging grounds. Lehman Russ companies assembled behind secondary walls. Baneblade super-heavy tanks were brought from sealed arsenals and awakened by Mechanicus rites performed beneath clouds of sacred incense. Void shield generators powered up until static crawled across every exposed metal surface. Fortress moons rotated weapon arrays toward the enemy fleet. Orbital platforms launched torpedo spreads in numbers sufficient to darken tactical hololiths. The first week consumed armies. Fulgrim enjoyed it. He entered theaters selectively, never remaining where the battle became routine. His sons competed viciously for the honor of fighting near him. Tormentors who had maintained disciplined firing lines for hours abandoned formation when Fulgrim passed, because each wanted his attention. Infractors threw themselves against fortified gates, simply to demonstrate that they could reach the defenders before their brothers. Lords exultant undermined one another's supply allotments, redirected transports, and falsified casualty reports, so rival warbands appeared less successful. Fulgrim punished none of them. Ambition was music. He only required that the music eventually serve the composition. Phalanx received the warning before the astropath spoke. Lysander was inside the relic chamber when the severed hand moved. Not physically. The fingers remained dead within stasis, but every sensor attached to the reliquary registered a simultaneous surge. Master of the Forge Cord turned from the diagnostic altar. Temporal deviation. Lysander watched blood gather again beneath the ancient wrist. Direction? Cord's mechadendrites twitched. Helios Bastion System. The words had barely left him when warning chimes sounded across Phalanx. An astropathic signal had arrived. Lysander opened the transmission. The message came fragmented by screaming and psychic distortion. Helios under assault. Emperor's children confirmed. Demon Primarch manifestation probable. Fortress belts failing. Request immediate reinforcement from all available Imperial assets. Chaplain Verastus stood behind him. Dorn. Lysander looked at the relic. Perhaps. You still doubt? I still require proof. He turned away. Prepare translation. Phalanx did not move quickly by the standards of strike cruisers. It moved with the inevitability of a fortress capable of crossing stars. The Imperial fists embarked with precision. They did not pretend to possess numbers they did not have. A few hundred Astartes could not hold continental fronts, already consuming millions of mortal soldiers. They could, however, decide where those millions survived. Lysander divided them accordingly. Terminators would strike enemy command nodes and breach concentrations through teleport assault. Devastator squads would reinforce heavy weapon redoubts where Astartes' accuracy could multiply the effect of every shell. Armor would spearhead counterattacks through terrain where mortal formations had stalled. Tactical and veteran squads would board traitor vessels threatening the orbital ring. Thunderhawks would serve as rapid reserve rather than transport masses of infantry. Do not reinforce failure, Lysander told his captains aboard the Strategium. Strike where strength produces consequence. The Astra Militarum can hold ground. We will destroy what prevents them from holding it. Phalanx translated into the Helios system beneath fire. Its arrival transformed the orbital battle. Traitor escorts that had been hunting wounded Imperial cruisers turned toward the ancient fortress ship and discovered what Imperial fists had known for 10,000 years. Phalanx was not merely transport, it was a weapon. Macro batteries fired. One corrupted cruiser disappeared behind a wall of detonations. Its void shields collapsed. A second salvo struck amidships. The vessel broke in half, spilling atmosphere, bodies and debris across hundreds of kilometers. Boarding torpedoes launched from the traitor fleet. Imperial fists counter-boarded them before several could even reach their hull. Below, Helios Secundus continued dying. Fulgrim altered the war. Captured labor populations from the western manufacturum zones were rounded up in hundreds of thousands. Emperor's children apothecaries and mortal fleshrights worked without sleep. Men were wired into resonance frames. Their nervous systems became components. Steel spikes entered skulls. Vocal cords were removed and grafted into amplifier membranes. Rib cages were spread open, so internal cavities could function as acoustic chambers. The resulting machines were placed around Chaos batteries. Imperial observers saw civilians. Fulgrim saw armor. An artillery commander refused to fire. Then another. The hesitation spread. Lysander arrived at Bastion Helicon by teleport flare. Lightning snapped around his Terminator plate as he materialized inside a command bunker, already shaking beneath sonic bombardment. Rampart's field crackled to life. The Fist of Dawn rested in both hands. The human general commanding the sector saluted. "My lord, they have civilians around the resonators, several 100,000. Lysander looked through the bunker slit. Miles away, living bodies hung from metal frameworks around the Chaos batteries. "They are disabling your artillery." "Yes." "Fire." The general hesitated. "They are Imperial citizens. They are enemy protection." "My lord." "Fire." The general looked sick. Lysander leaned closer. "If you permit civilians to neutralize your guns, the enemy will use civilians against every gun." The general's jaw tightened. He turned. "All batteries. Target the resonator fields." Earthshakers fired. The first salvo landed short. The second did not. The sonic arrays disappeared beneath explosions. So did thousands of captives. Bodies came apart inside harnesses. Heads burst. Limbs pinwheeled through smoke. One entire section of resonance machinery collapsed beneath a direct hit and crushed hundreds beneath steel frames. The Chaos sonic barrage weakened. Imperial tanks advanced. Lysander watched the casualty estimate rise. He did not look away. "Continue firing." The decision killed thousands. The open corridor allowed more than 2 million Imperial soldiers to withdraw behind the next fortress belt. Fulgrim heard of it. He smiled. A son of Rogal. The war became uglier. Pleasure cults erupted inside supposedly secure hives. Officers who had spent months hearing whispers through dreams opened blast doors from within. Demonettes manifested inside command sanctums and killed staff before alarms could sound. One senior general was found alive at his desk, with his skin removed and his mouth stretched into a smile by wire. The population itself became suspect. Imperial commissars began mass executions of compromised units. Lysander approved them when evidence was sufficient. He denied them when fear replaced evidence. Discipline was not panic. Then Fulgrim descended. He entered Bastion Asterion at the head of no army. He did not require one. The demon Primarch crossed the battlefield like a violation of scale. His serpentine body slid through shell craters, while wings of impossible color unfolded behind him. His face retained the beauty of something once crafted to represent mankind's highest ideal, and the obscenity of what had replaced that ideal made men break simply by looking. A company of guardsmen fired. Last beams struck him. Fulgrim laughed. A battle cannon shell detonated against his torso. Smoke cleared. He was still smiling. Then he moved. The first rank died before they understood he had crossed the distance. A sword passed through 6 men in one sweep. Torsos opened. Arms spun away. Blood sheeted across the ground. Fulgrim seized an officer by the head and lifted him high enough that the man's boots kicked uselessly in the air. "Look at me." The officer tried not to. Fulgrim tightened his fingers. The skull cracked. He dropped the body. A Lehman Russ fired at near point-blank range. Fulgrim turned aside. The shell struck behind him and erased an infantry squad. He reached the tank. One claw tore through the commander's hatch. He peeled the turret roof open. The crew screamed inside. Fulgrim reached down and pulled the loader out by one arm. The limb tore free at the shoulder. He examined it with mild disappointment and discarded it. Then he opened the tank completely. By the time Imperial armor reserves arrived, Bastion Asterion had become a field of ruined vehicles and bodies. Fulgrim had deliberately left survivors. Some had missing limbs. Some had eyes burned out. Some had been allowed to crawl. All had seen him. That was the point. Fear traveled faster than armies. Across the continent, the first defensive wall began to fail. Chaos armor breached Gate Seraph. Noise Marines shattered the neighboring bastion. Demon engines crawled through the gap. Lysander received the report while directing a Terminator counter-assault. Wall integrity? Gone. Secondary position? Still held. Then the wall completed its purpose. Withdraw. The words came easily. He did not know why they felt older than he was. Above Heliost, the warp changed. It happened slowly enough to be noticed. Storms that had been curling across the sky began to straighten. Lightning stopped branching randomly and followed rigid paths. Demonettes fighting through an Imperial trench suddenly staggered, as though gravity had become heavier. Auspex stations that had been reporting contradictory ranges stabilized. One operator stared at his display. Contact resolution improving. Another looked up. Warp distortion falling. Fulgrim stopped in the ruins. He felt it. A boundary. A rule. Certainty spreading through unreality. His sons did not understand. Noise Marines stopped firing one by one as their instruments lost harmonics that had been present moments earlier. A demon engine screamed. Its legs struck the ground with weight it had never possessed before. Fulgrim raised his face toward the sky. Golden lines had appeared among the clouds. Straight lines. They crossed one another. Angles formed. The heavens were beginning to resemble the plans of a fortress. Fulgrim smiled. Not the indulgent smile he gave his sons. Not the amused smile he gave dying mortals. This one belonged to memory. Rogal. The name left his lips like a caress. Across the battlefield, demons hesitated. Above them, reality continued hardening. Fulgrim spread his arms. His brother was coming. The sky above Heliost Secundus ceased behaving like a sky. Rogal Dorn did not return through light, flame, or any mechanism the defenders could have mistaken for teleportation. Geometry arrived first. Golden lines appeared among the clouds, impossibly straight, despite hurricane winds and the turbulence pouring from the Great Rift. They extended from no visible source, intersecting above the ruins of Bastion Asterion, until the heavens resembled an immense architectural projection laid over reality. Angles locked into place. Warp lightning struck invisible planes and flattened across them in sheets of violet fire. Demons fighting below stopped mid-step, as the Immaterium recoiled around structures that possessed no physical substance and yet refused to change. Auspex operators across the continental war zone watched ranges that had been fluctuating by kilometers suddenly resolve to exact measurements. Artillery cogitators corrected themselves. Compass needles steadied. Gravity, which had been pulsing violently beneath the influence of Fulgrim's presence, became constant enough that bodies hanging in warp-distorted air crashed to the ground. Then the lines converged upon a single point above the battlefield. Reality split there, not like fabric tearing, but like a fortress gate being forced open from the wrong side. Something immense fell through. Dorn struck Ferrocrete hard enough to bury himself inside it. The impact threw a circular wall of dust, blood, and shattered masonry across the ruined avenue. Guardsmen manning the nearest barricades ducked as fragments of road plating cut through the air like blades. One soldier failed to lower his head quickly enough. A piece of ferrocrete struck his face and removed everything above the jaw. His body remained standing for an instant before collapsing against an ammunition crate. Men shouted warnings. Heavy weapons pivoted toward the crater. The battlefield had already produced demon princes, possessed engines and things wearing human shapes. Nothing emerging from a wound in the sky received trust. The first laser-gun volley struck before dawn had fully risen. Red beams burned across blackened gold. An autocannon followed, rounds hammering against his shoulder and chest, with enough force to tear fist-sized fragments from the crater wall behind him. A plasma gunner fired. The bolt struck Dorn's breastplate, spreading white heat across armor scarred by wars older than the men shooting him. He stood. The firing faltered. What emerged from the smoke resembled every icon of Rogal Dorn, and none of them His armor retained the architecture of ancient artificer plate, but had been burned black across great sections, the remaining gold cracked beneath geometric scars that glowed faintly as though fortress plans had been carved into the metal with light. His face had aged, not as mortal men aged, with weakness and collapse, but as mountains aged under weather. Pale hair framed features more severe than any statue. One arm ended beneath the forearm. There was no replacement gauntlet, no mechanical prosthesis, only the sealed scar and the empty line where a Primarch's hand had once existed. The guardsman stared. A young lieutenant raised his bolt pistol with shaking hands. Dorn looked at him. "Cease fire." The lieutenant nearly dropped the weapon. "Identify yourself." The demand was absurd and tactically correct. Dorn approved. "Rogal Dorn." No one moved. Someone whispered the Emperor's name. Dorn heard it spoken as a prayer and disliked the sound immediately. "Your authentication can wait. What cannot wait is the enemy advancing behind you." The demons arrived through the smoke before belief could become discipline. Hundreds poured over the broken defensive berms, demonettes leaping between corpses, horned beasts running upon limbs that changed number with every stride, and things composed of mouths sliding over the ground without touching it. Until that moment, the creatures had moved according to the privileges of their nature. They flickered between positions, appearing where fear was greatest and distance least meaningful. Near dawn, those privileges ended. The first demon attempted to vanish from 30 paces away and reappear at his throat. It disappeared, then materialized only a pace farther forward and stumbled as if shocked by failure. Another creature tried to reshape itself around incoming lasfire. Its flesh remained flesh. The beams burned holes through it. A wounded demonette screamed as a severed limb refused to regrow. The warp recoiled from Dawn's presence, forced into definitions it hated. Distance became distance. Injury became injury. Weight returned. Momentum held. The demons understood before the humans did that something intolerable had entered the battle. Dorn entered them with his remaining fist. He caught the first demon by the jaw and drove his thumb through its palate into the skull. Bone cracked. Black blood ran over his gauntlet as he threw the corpse into two others. A claw struck his flank and tore sparks from ancient plate. Dorn turned, caught the attacking limb, and ripped it from the shoulder. He used the severed arm as a club until the creature's skull collapsed. Guardsmen began firing again, this time past him rather than at him. Heavy bolter rounds crossed the avenue, each mass-reactive shell bursting inside demonic bodies that could no longer turn impact into illusion. Flesh exploded in ropes. Horns spun through the air. One demon lost most of its abdomen and tried to continue crawling. Dorn stamped its head into the road. The lieutenant who had challenged him stared through a smear of another man's blood across his visor. "Emperor, preserve us." Dorn glanced at him. "Preserve your ammunition." A demon engine came next. It crashed through a burning manufactorum wall on 8 blade-tipped limbs. Its hull, built from corrupted armor plate, stretched around a core of exposed muscle. Human faces had been stitched into the frontal plating, mouths opening and closing as exhaust smoke poured through their throats. A cannon protruded from one shoulder. The weapon fired. Dorn stepped aside. The shell struck the guardsman's barricade and reduced 6 men to fragments, torsos and limbs thrown across the avenue with ammunition boxes and strips of flak armor. The engine accelerated. Its legs tore furrows through the road. Dorn raised the missing arm. Golden lines unfolded from the stump. The hand of defiance formed with the inevitability of a gate closing. It was not flesh. It did not resemble the preserved hand aboard phalanx, except in the most basic concept of anatomy. Golden planes intersected around absence, expanding into an immense armored gauntlet whose surfaces contained moving battlements, crenellations, and precise mathematical sigils. The demon engine struck it at full speed. The spectral fingers closed around the machine's prow. Momentum transferred through the ground and shattered ferrocrete beneath Dorn's boots. But he did not move backward. The engine screamed through every human face sewn into its hull. Dorn tightened his grip. Armor plates buckled inward, metal folded. The machine's exposed muscle burst from seams in the chassis. Molten ichor poured over the golden construct and burned away before touching him. Dorn pulled once. Half the demon engine came away in the hand of defiance. He threw the wreckage aside, reached into the open chassis with his physical hand, and tore out a pulsing mass wrapped in cables. It beat twice in his grip. He crushed it. The engine collapsed. The first Imperial fists arrived, while the surviving guardsmen were still staring. Thunderhawks came low over the avenue, engines driving dust and severed limbs across the ruins. Yellow-armored Astartes descended from assault ramps before the gunships had fully settled. They advanced in disciplined formation, bolters raised, then slowed. No warrior among them spoke. These were veterans who had fought Tyranids through corridors packed with bioacid, broken demon incursions beneath cursed suns, and killed traitor Astartes, whose armor remembered the Heresy. They had seen things ordinary men would have mistaken for gods. Yet the sight before them reached deeper than experience. Their genetic inheritance knew him. One battle brother lowered his bolter. Another followed. The sergeant removed his helm. Dorn's irritation was immediate. Unit strength. The sergeant blinked. Dorn stepped toward him. Your unit strength, Sergeant. 29 battle brothers combat effective, Lord. 2 wounded aboard the Thunderhawks. Ammunition. 73% average bolt load. Heavy weapons above half expenditure. Dorn's expression tightened. Use words properly. The sergeant corrected himself at once. Approximately 3/4 bolt load. Heavy weapons above half. Enemy disposition. The familiar language of war restored him. Emperor's children hold the western breach. Noise marine concentrations in the Manufacturum district. Armor moving through the lower transit corridors. Demon forces remain heavy around Bastion Asterion. Command authority? Captain Lysander holds theater command for the Adeptus Astartes. Then take me to him. The Imperial fists did not kneel. Dorn approved that as well. Darnath Lysander came through teleport flare at the intersection of 2 shattered defense lines, Terminator plate materializing inside a storm of electrical discharge. Rampart occupied his left arm, the ancient storm shield's field shimmering as loose debris struck it. In his right hand, he carried the Fist of Dawn. The irony reached Rogal before sentiment did. He looked at the thunder hammer bearing his name, then at the warrior carrying it. Lysander was enormous, even among Astartes, armor scarred by wars whose names Dawn did not know. For several seconds, neither spoke. Around them, artillery continued firing. Macro shells passed overhead with thunderous displacement. Somewhere west, a sonic weapon discharged, and a hab tower split from foundation to roof. Lysander lowered the hammer, then he began to kneel. Stand. The command halted him midway. My lord, a captain kneeling during an active battle is useless. Lysander rose. Dorn studied his face. There was devotion there, also discipline. The latter mattered more. You command? Yes. Then report. Lysander did. He summarized the entire Helios theater in less than a minute. Continental fortress losses, remaining void shield zones, Emperor's Children concentrations, available Imperial armor, artillery expenditure, orbital status, strength of phalanx, estimated civilian population still trapped in compromised districts, and the position of the ancient stabilization pylons. Dorn listened without interruption. When Lysander finished, the Primarch held out his hand. Lysander stared. The tactical slate. He surrendered it. Dorn examined the war. The error was obvious. You are defending too much. Lysander's jaw hardened slightly. The fortress belt was designed to maintain interlocking sectors. It was designed before this enemy occupied the system. We lose the eastern cities if we abandon them. Yes. Civilian population exceeds 9 million. Yes. Lysander waited. Dorn looked up. If you hold them, you lose those cities, their defenders, and the armor committed to relieve them. Evacuate what can be moved within the next hour. Everything remaining becomes denied ground. The human generals surrounding them reacted visibly. One opened his mouth. Lysander silenced him with a glance. Dorn continued. Withdraw from cities Vardos, Pell and Helican Minor. Move the 7th and 11th Armored Reserves south through the industrial trench network. Consolidate artillery here and here. He marked positions. The surviving corps along the western breach advances. Lysander studied the projection. They will be destroyed. No, they will appear destroyable. Understanding came into Lysander's eyes. Dorn marked the narrowing avenues between collapsed fortress districts. Fulgrim's sons compete for kills. Their champions overextend when offered prestige. Their support formations follow, because none wishes another warband to claim victory first. We give them a retreat worth pursuing. The younger Dorn might have selected the strongest wall and made the enemy break itself against it. 10,000 years in the warp had burned that instinct down to something harder. Walls were expenditure. Territory was expenditure. Reputation was expenditure. The purpose of fortification was not to possess stone, it was to control time, movement, and enemy expectation. The Western Imperial Corps advanced. Emperor's children took the bait. Mortal soldiers pushed into the breach under banners blackened by smoke, while Imperial armor appeared to reinforce them. Fulgrim's sons answered as Dorn expected. Infractors surged forward. Flawless blades abandoned secondary objectives to hunt officers and decorated tank commanders. Noise Marines advanced their batteries to maintain pressure. Traitor armor followed through the narrowing streets. Then the Imperials withdrew. Chaos pursued. The corridor closed. Phalanx fired first. Orbital batteries struck predetermined coordinates with precision that bordered on cruelty. Macro shells descended through cloud and punched into the fortress districts. Entire streets vanished. Emperor's children armor columns disappeared beneath collapsing structures. A land raider tried to reverse as a hab block came down across it. The building crushed the transport flat enough that corrupted crew and machine fluids sprayed from ruptured access points. Artillery opened from the south. Demolisher cannons fired into weakened retaining walls. Hundreds of thousands of tons of ferrocrete collapsed inward, burying traitor formations beneath their own advance. Imperial fists teleported behind them. Terminators materialized inside the rear of the trapped Chaos host. Storm bolters opened at point-blank range. Mass reactive shells punched through purple ceramite and detonated inside transhuman bodies. One Noise Marine turned toward Lysander and raised a sonic blaster. Lysander reached him first. The fist of Dawn struck the traitor's chest. Armor collapsed inward, ribs punched through lungs, and the warrior was hurled backward, with his torso crushed almost flat. Another Emperor's Children legionary fired into Rampart. The storm shield absorbed the blast. Lysander drove the relic hammer down through the traitor's helm. The skull burst inside it. Blood and brain matter erupted around the gorget. Dawn walked through the killing ground, while the battle remained active. Noise Marines died beneath fortress plates they had helped destabilize. Blastmasters detonated when Imperial marksmen breached power assemblies, sonic weapons exploding in waves that liquefied the organs of their own crews. Demon engines collapsed under Lascanon fire, because Dawn's presence forced damaged limbs to remain damaged. Traitor tanks burned nose to tail through the corridor. Men screamed inside them until ammunition cooked off and turrets were blown into the air. Lysander found Dawn beside the wreck of a predator. "My lord, the western spearhead is broken." "Not broken." Lysander looked toward the burning corridor. Dawn corrected him. "Spent." The distinction mattered. Then the battlefield changed. Perfume reached them through smoke thick enough to hide the sun. The surviving Emperor's children stopped retreating. Some knelt, others laughed. Dorn turned. Fulgrim emerged through the fire. He was taller than Memory, and less human than the brother Dorn had fought upon Terra. His serpentine body moved over shattered stone, with obscene grace. Wings unfolded behind him in colors that hurt mortal eyes. Armor and flesh merged across a form built equally from beauty and violation. Multiple weapons hung ready in elegant hands. His face remained almost impossibly perfect. That was perhaps the worst part. Fulgrim smiled. Rogal. Dorn looked at what 10,000 years had made of his brother. Fulgrim looked at the one-handed Primarch standing amid a battlefield where reality itself had learned obedience. So severe, Fulgrim said, even after all this time. Dorn's answer carried no affection. You are still speaking. Fulgrim's smile widened. Around them, artillery continued to fall. A macro shell struck somewhere behind the demon Primarch and turned an entire ruin into fire. Neither brother looked away. Fulgrim drew a blade. Dorn raised the hand of defiance. The second duel began. Fulgrim attacked like a thing offended by the existence of restraint. His first blade came from above, curved and silver, moving quickly enough that the air cracked around its edge. Dorn did not retreat. He shifted half a pace, raised the hand of defiance, and allowed the weapon to strike a plane of golden geometry rather than flesh. The impact screamed through the ruins. Fulgrim was already turning before the blow completed, serpent body coiling around broken ferrocrete, while another hand drew a narrower sword, whose surface shimmered with colors that had no place in real space. Dorn caught that weapon upon his vambrace, accepted the line it carved through blackened gold, and drove his physical fist toward Fulgrim's throat. The demon Primarch bent backward farther than any spine should permit, laughing as the punch passed above his face. A third blade came low. Dorn stepped inside its arc. Fulgrim changed direction in the same instant, making the attack into a thrust toward the Praetorian's heart. Dorn twisted. The sword entered beneath his breastplate, tore through muscle, and slid between ribs without reaching either heart. Fulgrim smiled, as though presenting a gift. Dorn trapped the blade against his own armor and struck him in the face. The blow broke Fulgrim's cheekbone, distorted the perfect symmetry of his features, and sent him backward through a wall already burning from artillery fire. Dorn pulled the sword from his side and threw it after him. He had moved 4 times. Fulgrim had moved 17. Only one of them had wasted motion. The demon Primarch rose from the rubble, with blood shining darkly beneath one eye. The damage was already repairing itself. Bone flowed. Flesh returned to its previous shape. You have become so wonderfully ugly, Rogal. His voice remained smooth, despite the bombardment hammering the district around them. Time has improved you. It has taken the tedious perfection from your face and left something almost interesting. Dorn watched the wound close and altered his calculations. Regeneration remained active here, though slower than it had been before his arrival. Your speech has not improved. Fulgrim laughed and came forward again, 4 arms describing separate killing lines, while his serpentine body used the ruins as both ground and weapon. Still that voice, still that little refusal to perform. Do you remember how much I hated that about you? Dorn caught one sword on the golden hand and another against his shoulder plate. A third opened his thigh. He drove his forehead into Fulgrim's mouth and felt teeth crack. No, Fulgrim recoiled, more amused than injured. Liar. Across Helios Secundus, the duel between Primarchs was only the smallest concentration of violence. The greater battle consumed continents. Mortal armies measured in tens of millions collided across fortress belts extending for hundreds of kilometers. Artillery parks fired until ammunition lifters jammed with blood from exhausted crews, whose hands had been flayed by recoil machinery. Earthshaker shells crossed the atmosphere in continuous waves. Manticore rockets rose from hidden valleys and descended into Emperor's Children's staging grounds. Lehman Russ formations advanced through corridors marked by burning hab blocks, while Baneblades traded fire with corrupted super-heavy armor beneath void shields turning white from repeated impacts. Sonic bombardments hit armored columns and did not merely destroy vehicles. They shook rivets from hulls, shattered optics, ruptured fuel lines, and pulped the organs of crews still strapped inside their seats. Hundreds died in tanks, whose armor remained externally intact, their lungs collapsed and brains hemorrhaging, while engines continued driving burning machines forward. In orbit, Imperial cruisers exchanged broadsides with traitor vessels at distances great enough that the naked eye would have seen only stars. Lance beams crossed the darkness. Macro shells tore through void shields. One Emperor's Children cruiser broke in half above the southern hemisphere, its reactor compartment rupturing and turning the stern into a second sun. The forward section fell toward Heliost, kilometers of burning warship entering atmosphere as incandescent debris. Cities already fighting for survival looked up and saw the sky raining cathedrals. Lysander directed the ground war from a command redoubt whose roof had been opened by a direct sonic strike. Ash fell across his Terminator armor. Rampart was scarred but functional. The fist of Dorn dripped blood from the last traitor he had killed. Tactical feeds crowded his helm display. Emperor's Children infractors had broken through the 5th trench line east of Bastion Solanus and were butchering human defenders in close combat. Tormentors advanced behind them in disciplined sections, bolters firing in controlled bursts, while their more frenzied brothers hacked through the line. Flawless blades ignored reserve ammunition bunkers and command relays because 3 Imperial officers bearing campaign laurels had been deliberately positioned in visible redoubts nearby. Lysander understood the trap because Dorn had explained it in less than 20 words. Give vanity something worthy of being seen. Make it choose spectacle over victory. Target Cobalt remains active, reported an Imperial colonel through the Vox. His voice shook beneath distant explosions. The traitor champions are approaching. Hold. My lord, they have breached the outer barricade. Hold. They are killing the honor guard. That is why the honor guard is there. The colonel said nothing. Lysander watched the flawless blades converge on the false command position. The human officers inside had volunteered after being told survival was improbable. One stood on the parapet firing a plasma pistol until an Emperor's Children champion leapt the wall and cut him from clavicle to hip. The officer's torso opened. Blood and entrails spilled over the stone. Another champion raised the dying man's head by the hair and shouted something to his rivals. That was the moment Lysander had been waiting for. Fire Cobalt. Demolition charges buried beneath the redoubt detonated. The entire hill came apart. Flawless blades vanished beneath stone, armor fragments and fire. Some survived the initial blast, only to find Imperial heavy bolters already ranged upon the crater. The weapons opened. Mass reactive shells hammered purple armor, tore through joints, and burst inside transhuman bodies. One champion climbed from the debris, missing half his jaw. 3 bolt rounds struck his chest. The 4th entered his throat. His head left his shoulders in a spray of blood and shattered vertebrae. Dorn had seen the same weakness Fulgrim always carried within his legion. The Emperor's Children could fight with terrifying discipline when they chose, but perfection was a hunger without terminus. Every champion desired a witness. Every lord desired superiority over another. Every victory had to be felt, displayed, remembered. Dorn weaponized that appetite. He fed decorated officers into visible positions. He ordered banners raised where no strategic objective existed. He allowed rumors of relic weapons and senior commanders to travel through compromised Vox channels. Flawless blades diverted to kill heroes. Infractors abandoned support formations to reach supposedly prestigious targets first. Tormentors were forced to stretch firing lines to support brothers who had outrun them. Imperial artillery killed the gaps. Fulgrim understood eventually. That delighted him. Using my sons against themselves, he said, as another sequence of blows carried him and Dorn through the ruins of a manufacturing plaza. There you are, the brother I remember, so practical that even betrayal becomes geometry. One sword flickered toward Dorn's eyes. He turned it aside. A second blade cut through his abdomen plating. Fulgrim withdrew it wet. Tell me, Rogal, have you seen what became of Father's dream? Dorn said nothing. Have you walked the cathedrals? Fulgrim's laughter softened. Have you heard them pray to him? Dorn struck. Fulgrim evaded. God Emperor, Divine Master, Holy Corpse upon the Golden Throne. The man who denied gods has become mankind's greatest god. There is artistry in that hypocrisy. Dorn continued advancing. Fulgrim circled. And Sigismund, did you hear what became of your favorite son? The crusader, the zealot, the little blade who learned hatred so beautifully. How proud he would be of what your bloodline became. Dorn's fist missed Fulgrim's jaw by a finger's width. Fulgrim smiled wider. There, that one mattered. Dorn did not answer. Your Imperium mutilates children into soldiers. It burns worlds to preserve sectors. It feeds psychers into Father's throne. It worships ignorance. It tortures dissenters. It murders in the name of purity. Tell me, brother, where exactly does your precious order end and our honesty begin? Dorn stopped. The battlefield around them burned beneath a sky striped by descending orbital wreckage. Fulgrim waited. When Dorn spoke, his voice contained neither denial nor outrage. You describe much of it accurately. For the first time, Fulgrim's smile altered. Dorn continued. The Imperium is cruel. It is superstitious. It has betrayed purposes for which better men died. And yet you defend it. Yes. Why? Because none of that makes you preferable. Fulgrim's expression hardened. Dorn stepped forward. Rot is not improved by replacing it with hunger. Chaos answered through atrocity. The Emperor's children had taken the northern refugee complexes hours earlier. What emerged from them was no longer population. Captured guardsmen and laborers had been wired into enormous acoustic frames erected along the avenue leading toward the stabilization pylons. Spinal columns were exposed and connected to resonator cables. Ribs had been spread apart with surgical clamps. Throats were fitted with metal reeds, so screams became part of the weapon. Thousands remained conscious because the machines required nervous response. When the first array fired, the captives screamed together. The sound hit an Imperial armored formation. Men inside tanks convulsed. Blood sprayed from mouths and ears. One commander managed to open his hatch before the pressure burst both eyes. He fell halfway out of the turret, blind and vomiting dark clots, while the next pulse shattered his sternum from within. Behind the resonators, corpse piles began moving. Demonic flesh grew from bodies. Fingers fused into limbs. Spines knotted together. Mouths opened in torsos. The dead became doors because enough agony had been concentrated in one place for the warp to notice. Fulgrim wanted Dorn to see. Dorn saw. Then came the report from Hive Arxiel. Lysander heard the first description and knew before the speaker finished what the decision would be. The Hive district contained more than 2 million surviving civilians, perhaps 3. Pleasure cults had spread through the lower manufactoria. Entire defense cohorts had turned upon their officers. Demonic manifestations were multiplying inside ventilation shafts and transit tunnels. If the Hive fell completely, the corrupted population would emerge behind the Imperial artillery line and cut the southern armies from their ammunition depots. Prometheum network remains intact? Dorn asked over the Vox while still fighting Fulgrim. Lysander looked at the engineer's report. Yes. Sealed transit access. There was a pause. My lord, civilians are still evacuating. I know. We can continue extraction for another hour. No. Lysander understood the reason. The corruption front was moving faster than the evacuation. He also understood what sealing the tunnels meant. Confirmed. Dorn's voice remained unchanged. Ignite the subterranean mains. Lysander gave the order. Blast doors closed across Hive Arxiel. Thousands reached them seconds too late. Men pounded against adamantium. Families crowded transit platforms already stained with blood. Soldiers fired into mutated civilians, while priests screamed prayers through Vox amplifiers. Then the Prometheum ignited below them. Fire climbed through ventilation shafts and service tunnels. Lower. Districts became furnaces. Oxygen vanished first. Then heat reached the upper hab levels. Windows burst outward in kilometer-high towers. Burning bodies fell through the air. Some died quickly. Many did not. From the ruins, Fulgrim laughed. Oh, Rogal. Dorn struck him across the jaw. Fulgrim let the blow turn his face, then looked back with blood on his lips. There it is. Dorn said nothing. The monster behind the wall. How many? Enough. How many loyal souls did you just burn? Enough. Fulgrim's eyes glittered. And you still imagine a difference between us? Dorn looked toward Hive Arxiel, where black smoke climbed into the sky. I do not imagine innocence. That answer silenced Fulgrim for one breath. Dorn continued. Necessity and appetite are not the same. You tell yourself that because guilt pleases you. No. Fulgrim attacked. Dorn caught the first blade. The second pierced his shoulder. A third entered his side. Fulgrim leaned close. Then what does guilt accomplish? Dorn locked his gaze upon him. It ensures I remember the cost. Fulgrim tore the blades free. This time he overwhelmed Dorn. Speed became violence beyond calculation. Fulgrim struck from 4 directions, wings beating dust and blood into the air, while his serpent body coiled around shattered stone. One blade opened Dorn's thigh to the bone. Another entered beneath his ribs and emerged through his backplate. A third carved across his face. The hand of defiance blocked 2 attacks and failed against the next. Fulgrim exploited the missing physical limb ruthlessly, circling into the angle Dorn could not naturally guard. He drove a sword through the Primarch's abdomen and lifted him from the ground. Imperial soldiers watching from distant lines believed Rogal Dorn was dying. Lysander did not. He studied the position. Dorn had been retreating for 8 minutes, not randomly, always south, always toward the Blackstone stabilization array beneath the old fortress district. Lysander understood. Prepare all batteries for coordinate pattern Praetorian. Human officers stared at him. One asked, Danger close? Lysander looked at the position where his gene-sire fought. Yes. Fulgrim threw Dorn through a column. Stone collapsed over him. The demon Primarch advanced, laughing. Was that your great return? 10,000 years to become harder to kill? Dorn rose. Blood ran down one side of his face. His armor was broken open across the chest and abdomen. Beneath his feet, black stone pylons formed an ancient geometric network. You came where I required you. Fulgrim stopped. Dorn raised his missing arm. The last wall returned. Not as stone, as law. Golden geometry exploded outward across the stabilization array. Lines crossed the battlefield. Angles locked into one another. Reality hardened with such force that demons screamed before weapons touched them. Warp portals snapped shut. Manifestations dragged halfway through breaches were cut apart as the breaches closed. Demonettes became suddenly heavy, physical creatures, and fell beneath lass fire that could now kill them properly. Corrupted armor lost impossible motion. Sonic harmonics collapsed into measurable frequencies. Fulgrim staggered. His body changed, or rather, failed to. A wound Dorn had opened across his abdomen remained open. Flesh tried to reshape. It could not. Fulgrim looked down. For the first time during the war, surprise became visible. Dorn closed the distance. The hand of defiance formed larger than ever before. He caught Fulgrim around the torso. The spectral fingers tightened. Bones cracked. Fulgrim screamed, then laughed through blood. Fire! Dorn said. Every prepared Imperial gun answered. Lascannons struck first, then artillery, then orbital fire. The stabilization core vanished beneath white light. Dorn drove Fulgrim into it as the bombardment landed. The demon Primarch's body came apart under force that would have erased a fortress. Wings tore loose, armor fragmented. Serpentine flesh burst open beneath the hand of defiance. Black blood and burning organs splashed across the golden geometry. Fulgrim's face remained visible for one final instant, ruined and smiling. You cannot kill me, brother. I know. The core detonated. Fulgrim vanished. The laughter remained for several seconds after. The body was gone. Then even that faded into the warp. Dorn stood alone inside the crater. Around him lay mountains of dead, traitors, guardsmen, civilians, Astartes. Demon remains evaporating into smoke. The last wall effect weakened, but did not disappear entirely. Reality held. Lysander approached through falling ash. Dorn looked toward the burning continent. Fulgrim was gone, not dead, driven back. The distinction mattered. Behind them, artillery continued firing. The war had not ended. Dorn remained standing. Victory on Helios Secundus smelled of promethium, blood, and wet ash. There were no cheering crowds waiting beyond the shattered fortress lines, no unbroken standards beneath which generals could declare the system saved, no clean distinction remaining between battlefield and graveyard. Continents burned. Hive districts glowed beneath permanent storm clouds, where subterranean fires had consumed everything down to foundation rock. Armored columns crawled through plains covered in the wreckage of tanks, demon engines and bodies packed so densely that recovery crews drove directly over them. Billions across the greater war zone were dead, missing, displaced or compromised by exposure to the warp. Entire populations waited behind quarantine cordons, while inquisitorial savants, apothecaries, and sanctioned psychers searched them for corruption. Men who failed were taken behind blast walls and shot. Those who transformed before execution were burned where they stood. Servitors hauled corpses into trenches hundreds of meters long. Promethium teams moved afterward, reducing mountains of flesh to greasy black residue, while Mechanicus adepts dismantled contaminated machinery and marked whole city blocks for annihilation. Demonic remains evaporated slowly under stabilizing fields, claws and skulls turning to foul vapor, while recovery squads stood at distance with flamers ready. Rogal Dorn walked through it without ceremony. Soldiers who saw him tried to kneel. He ordered them back to work. The battlefield where Fulgrim's manifestation had been destroyed remained sealed beneath overlapping cordons. Blackstone machinery groaned around the crater. Ancient stabilization nodes pushed beyond tolerances their makers had probably never intended. Reality was still imperfect there. Shadows occasionally moved without bodies. Distant artillery could be heard when no guns were firing. One corpse had begun speaking in the voice of a man dead for 9,000 years, until an imperial fist put a bolt through its skull and burned the remains. Dorn stood at the crater's edge, while tech marines measured residual warp pressure. The hand of defiance did not appear. Its absence pleased him. Power that manifested without need remained power poorly controlled. Lysander approached across broken ferrocrete with the fist of Dorn mag-locked across his back and rampart hanging from his arm. Phalanx reports the relic chamber ready, he said. Dorn looked toward him. Ready for what? Lysander hesitated, not from fear, but because he knew the answer would matter to men beyond himself. For you. Dorn's expression did not alter. The relic was secure before my return. It was. Then its condition has not changed. Lysander understood the refusal forming before Dorn spoke it. My lord, the hand is yours. Dorn looked at his missing arm. It was. They brought the relic regardless, not because Dorn requested it, but because thousands of years of chapter tradition had made concealment impossible once the Sons of Dawn learned their gene-sire lived. The reliquary descended from Phalanx under escort so excessive that Dawn considered ordering half of it back to the fleet. Terminators surrounded the stasis casket. Chaplains walked behind them with sensors and relic blades. Tech Marines monitored every fluctuation in the field. Mortal attendants carried banners bearing the Black Fist upon yellow. The procession halted within a surviving fortress hall, whose roof had been torn open by orbital fire. Rain fell through the wound, hissing against heated stone. Dorn stood before the casket and looked at the hand he had last seen lying upon the deck of the Sword of Sacrilege. It seemed smaller than memory. Preserved flesh clung around severed bone beneath the remains of the ancient gauntlet. The relic had crossed 10,000 years without him. Around it, generations of his sons had sworn oaths, fought, wars, died, been replaced, forgotten, remembered, and made legend out of absence. Some of the warriors surrounding him expected the hand of defiance to reach toward it. Others expected the flesh to awaken. A few, Dawn suspected, expected him to command that it be reattached, as though millennia could be reversed by ceremony. He placed his surviving hand against the stasis housing. The anchor answered immediately. Thousands of voices seemed to exist behind the relic. Names, oaths, battle cries, the accumulated certainty of men who had believed Rogal Dorn existed, even when history could no longer say whether he lived. Golden lines flickered around his missing wrist. They did not reach for the casket. Dorn withdrew his hand. "Return it to Phalanx." Chaplain Verastus looked almost offended. "My lord, it is part of you." "No." Dorn's voice silenced the chamber. "It is part of what happened to me." The chaplain lowered his head. Dorn looked again at the relic. "My sons carried this when they could not carry me. It became theirs." Lysander studied his gene father carefully. "You do not want it restored. Restoration is not possible. You have made less probable things possible." Dorn's gaze moved toward the warp-scarred sky. "I will not pretend loss did not occur, because I possess the power to hide its shape." He touched the stump once. "Chaos took this. Let the hand remain proof that it can take from us. Let what stands in its place remain proof that loss does not determine function." Later, within a sealed strategium beneath the surviving fortress command complex, Lysander finally received the answer he had spent years refusing to name as hope. Dorn gave it without drama. There was no confession. There was a campaign report. "The Sword of Sacrilege translated while I remained aboard. The breach separated me from the vessel. I entered the immaterium without navigational reference and without contact with real space." Lysander stood opposite him, beside a tactical table that no longer displayed armies. "For 10,000 years?" Dorn's mouth tightened. "That phrase is inaccurate." "Then how long?" "I do not know." He explained time within the warp as he had experienced it. Days that contained generations. Battles separated by moments in one direction and centuries in another. Lost regiments arriving from eras that contradicted one another. Men aging beneath walls, while Dorn's own chronology ceased to correspond to anything outside. He described the first stable stone, the first barricade, the appearance of survivors, and the growth of the last wall. He spoke of demon armies, collapsed realities, the hand of defiance, and the connection that eventually formed between the fortress and the pressure surrounding Cadia. Lysander listened without interruption. When Dorn finished, the captain asked only, "You could not leave." Dorn considered the wording. There were periods when departure may have been possible. Departure would have abandoned the position. "So you stayed?" "Yes." That was the cruelty of the truth. The Imperium had spent millennia believing its Praetorian dead, lost or perhaps defeated in some unrecorded catastrophe, while Dorn had continued obeying the same command that had shaped his existence since Terra. Hold. He had not abandoned the Imperium. He had not wandered through the Eye seeking enemies for vengeance. He had not hidden from failure. He had stood upon a wall mankind did not know existed, and fought wars no historian had recorded, because their consequence was measured in disasters that never occurred. Entire systems had remained untouched, because nameless regiments died closing gates in a fortress outside reality. Ships had translated safely through regions that might otherwise have become breaches. Cadia's material defenses had endured with an unseen brace against the immaterium, until the wider structure finally failed. Lysander looked at Dorn for a long time. They will make scripture from this. Dorn's expression hardened. Then do not tell priests more than necessary. The truth will spread. Truth usually survives being repeated less successfully than error. Lysander almost smiled. Almost. You have seen the Imperium. Enough of it. And? Dorn looked toward the tactical slate displaying shrine worlds, crusade routes, and ecclesiarchal holdings. It survived. Lysander waited. For more. None came. Robert Guilliman arrived beneath an escort capable of conquering lesser systems. His fleet entered Heliost in ordered formations, battleships and strike cruisers surrounded by escorts, while troop vessels, logistical transports, and mechanicus ships followed behind them. The arrival sent political shock through every surviving command authority in the system. Governors demanded audiences. Admirals altered protocol. Priests began composing liturgies before the Lord Commander's shuttle had even landed. Dorn ignored all of it. He met Guilliman inside a rebuilt command chamber, stripped of ceremonial banners at his own instruction. Lysander remained present because Dorn ordered him to remain. Guilliman entered in immense blue armor, the symbols of authority carried upon him with the weight of institutions rather than vanity. For a moment, the two Primarchs simply looked at one another. Guilliman saw the pale hair, the missing hand, the warp-scored armor, and the geometric scars that glimmered beneath damaged gold. Dorn saw exhaustion hidden behind discipline. He recognized it immediately. It was the fatigue of a commander whose front line had become an empire. "Rogal," Guilliman said. "Robut." No embrace followed. Guilliman's eyes moved once toward the empty arm. "I had expected many things." "So had I. I thought you dead." "That was reasonable." Guilliman's expression shifted by a degree. With another man, it might have been irritation. 10,000 years, and that is your greeting. We have active breaches in the northern continental zones, more in the outer system, and at least 6 corrupted ships not yet accounted for. Lysander looked away, before either brother could interpret his silence incorrectly. Guilliman exhaled through his nose. "You have not changed as completely as appearance suggests. I have changed where change proved useful." The discussion that followed revealed more difference than reunion. Guilliman spoke first of the Imperium as a total system. He described the divided galaxy, failing supply routes, the demands of the Indomitus Crusade, worlds reclaimed only to be lost elsewhere, governance strained by distance and madness, fleets unable to receive replacement crews, forge worlds whose output determined whether entire campaigns could continue. Political legitimacy mattered because governors commanded armies. Ecclesiarchal cooperation mattered because faith moved populations more effectively than decree. Administratum schedules mattered because ammunition not delivered was ammunition non-existent. Guilliman spoke of civilization as machinery operating beneath constant damage. Dorn listened, asked short questions, and repeatedly returned to one issue. "Where are the breaches increasing?" Guilliman answered. Dorn pointed to another sector. "Which fortress networks have failed since the rift?" Guilliman answered again. "Where do stable routes narrow?" "Here." "Which worlds hold Blackstone infrastructure?" "Fewer than we need." "Which cannot survive the next century without reinforcement?" Guilliman stared at him then. "You have been returned to an empire and immediately wished to find its walls." Dorn corrected him. "Its weak walls." Gilliman told him of Lionel Johnson. Dorn received the news in silence, then asked where the Lion operated and what regions he could reach. There was no dramatic relief, though something behind his eyes eased when Gilliman confirmed that another brother lived. He learned in fuller detail of Imperium Nihilus, worlds stranded beyond the light of the Astronomicon, demonic invasions erupting where navigators could barely maintain routes, and astropathic communication had become unreliable. He learned how completely the Cicatrix Maledictum had divided mankind. Gilliman explained Terra's condition: the High Lords, the Ecclesiarchy, the Custodes, the Crusades, and the endless negotiations required simply to make a decaying empire obey long enough to survive another generation. "There will be those who expect you to return to Terra," Gilliman said. "There will be those who will demand that you take a formal place beside me. Others will fear precisely that." Dorn looked at him. "Do you?" Gilliman took several seconds before answering. "I feared what your return might mean before I saw you. And now? Now I think you have no interest in my throne." Dorn's expression became colder. "It is not your throne." Gilliman's mouth almost curved. "There you are." "I do not want ceremonial authority," Dorn said. "I do not require governorship. I do not require a title beyond those already attached to me." Gilliman folded his hands behind his back. "The Imperium will give you titles whether you require them or not. Then the Imperium may waste ink." Dorn activated the tactical projection. The Great Rift appeared above them as a wound across the galaxy. "You preserve institutions because somebody must. The Lion can reach people isolated where ordinary structures fail. Crusade fleets reclaim ground where reclamation is possible." He touched one region where warp activity had consumed several systems. "This is where I am required." Gilliman studied the projection. "You intend to fortify the rift?" "No." Dorn's answer came immediately. "A wall that large cannot be made continuous. I intend to fortify boundaries where boundaries can be made meaningful. Warp gates, blackstone fields, translation corridors, systems where reality is thin, worlds that can serve as anchors. I will force the enemy to approach through places we choose." Gilliman looked from the map to his brother. "You propose a war of fortification across half the galaxy. I propose making half the galaxy less vulnerable to becoming the warp." The first orders followed within hours. Phalanx would become the central mobile fortress of a new defensive network. Mechanicus arc vessels were assigned to carry Blackstone, Void shield machinery, reactors, and manufacturum equipment. Imperial Navy task forces would identify systems where stable translation corridors intersected major Crusade routes. Chapters descended from Dorn received requests rather than commands to provide strike forces, engineers, void warfare expertise, and fortress cadres. Mortal armies would do most of the holding, because there were never enough Astartes to form walls on the scale mankind required. Billions of soldiers began moving before most understood why. Dorn rejected proposals to name the undertaking after him. The Administratum did so anyway in 17 different forms, before Gilliman suppressed 12 of them. Lysander watched the process with a satisfaction he kept to himself. Dorn had returned, and immediately turned reunion into logistics. Before Phalanx departed, Dorn addressed those sons of his bloodline who could assemble within its vast central strategium. Imperial fists stood beside warriors from successor chapters, whose colors transformed the deck into an inheritance of 10,000 years. Some carried Crusader crosses, others bore heraldry Dorn had never seen. They waited for prophecy. Dorn gave them instruction. "You have been taught that endurance is refusal to fall. That is incomplete." No warrior moved. Walls fall, fortresses die, worlds are lost. There will be positions you cannot preserve, and enemies you cannot destroy. A defender who believes survival is the measure of duty will eventually mistake retreat for dishonor and waste the lives entrusted to him. Lysander listened, and remembered 3 cities abandoned on Heliost. The purpose of a wall is not to exist forever. It is to determine what reaches what lies behind it, and when. The purpose of your death is the same. If death buys nothing, it is waste. If a fortress cannot be saved, spend it. If ground cannot be held, make the enemy purchase it. If you are ordered to endure, understand what your endurance is meant to preserve. Dorn looked across thousands of warriors descended from him. You do not need eternity. You need long enough. Phalanx departed Heliost beside a fleet so large that its translation schedules occupied entire data vaults. Battleships moved around the ancient fortress like escorts around a moon. Strike cruisers formed spearheads. Troop ships carried millions upon millions of soldiers towards staging worlds where billions more waited for embarkation. Forge vessels traveled with them, their manufactoria already producing shells, armor plate, replacement laser guns, and prefabricated bastions. Fuel tenders, hospital ships, bulk carriers, and Mechanicus arcs stretched across the system in disciplined procession. The surviving population of Heliost watched them leave through skies still dark with smoke. Some prayed to Guilliman, some prayed to Dorn. Dorn heard the prayers through the warp and accepted none of them as his due. He stood upon the primary command deck of Phalanx, while the tactical hololith projected the great rift before him. One physical hand rested upon the edge of the display. Where the other should have been, golden lines occasionally appeared and faded, the hand of defiance waiting without command. Lysander stood several paces behind. Guilliman's fleet had already altered course toward another war. The Lion fought elsewhere. Across the divided Imperium, worlds burned faster than any 3 Primarchs could reach them. Dorn studied the rift. He did not see a miracle to be closed. He saw approaches, pressure routes, anchors, choke points, places where reality might still be taught to refuse. For 10,000 years he had remained upon one wall, while mankind forgot he existed. Now, the wall was moving.